Section 1. The opening the year, everything clicked. There is a television show that has been running since 1989. It airs on Sunday nights. It stars a yellow family from a town that doesn't appear on any map. And somewhere between its 800th episode and right now, something started happening that made a lot of people set down whatever they were doing and stare at their screens with a very specific expression on their faces. Not shock, exactly. More like the feeling you get when you walk into a room and realize you've been in this room before, even though you know, logically, that you haven't. A kind of slow, creeping recognition. A sense that the joke was written before the punchline arrived, and that the people who wrote the joke somehow already knew how it was going to land. That's what watching The Simpsons in 2026 feels like. And that's what we're going to spend the next few hours going through together. This is a slow one. This is the kind of video you put on when the lights are low and the blanket is pulled up and there's nowhere you need to be. We're going to move through these predictions carefully, one at a time, taking the time to sit with each one and actually understand what the writers saw when they saw it and why it matters that they saw it when they did. Because the predictions are real. Some of them, anyway. And the ones that are real are strange enough to deserve more than a screenshot and a caption. They deserve an actual explanation. They deserve context. They deserve the kind of slow, careful attention that a 37-year-old cartoon has more than earned. So let's start at the beginning. The Simpsons premiered on the 17th of December 1989. At the time, it was considered radical. A primetime animated series airing on a network that had only existed for a handful of years, featuring a family that was loud and messy and genuinely funny in a way that felt different from anything else on television. The father was incompetent in a way that felt real rather than cartoonish. The mother was patient in a way that suggested extraordinary restraint rather than simple niceness. The son was trouble in a way that felt like a recognizable type rather than a caricature. The daughter was brilliant in a way that the world around her consistently failed to appreciate. People watched. Then more people watched. Then, essentially everyone watched. By the mid-1990s, The Simpsons was the most talked about show on television, and Springfield had become a cultural reference point that needed no introduction. Characters who had never watched a single episode still knew who Homer Simpson was, still knew what a DO was, still understood the joke when someone made a Flanders reference at a dinner party. The show embedded itself into American culture so thoroughly, so completely, that it stopped being a television show and started being something more like a shared language. A set of references that the entire country had access to, whether they'd consciously chosen to learn them or not. And somewhere inside that process, something else started happening. The show started getting things right. Not always, not consistently, and usually for reasons that had much more to do with sharp observation and educated extrapolation than with anything genuinely mysterious. But the show started depicting things, naming things, joking about things that would later become real, sometimes years later, sometimes decades later. A device that looked like a smartwatch showed up in an episode from the mid-90s. A corporate merger that seemed absurd when the joke was written became a headline years later. A political figure who was treated as an obvious punchline actually achieved the thing the joke was satirizing. A scientific concept that the show used as a throwaway gag turned out to have legitimate backing from people in lab coats. At first, these were noticed by individual fans, posted to message boards, shared in small communities of people who paid close attention to that kind of thing. Then social media arrived, and the screenshots started moving faster, reaching further, landing in front of people who had never heard of the original episode and had no framework for understanding the context. The phrase "The Simpsons predicted it" became a meme, and like most memes, it smoothed over the complexity of what it was describing. It flattened a genuinely interesting phenomenon into a bumper sticker. It made people think the show was doing something magical when what it was actually doing was something more interesting and more instructive than magic. But 2026 was different. 2026 was the year that a specific cluster of things happened, one after another, in ways that made even people who fully understood the statistical and cultural explanations for the prediction phenomenon stop and take a breath. Because in 2026, the predictions didn't feel like coincidences stacking up gradually over time. They felt like they were arriving all at once, like the show had been building toward a specific moment, a specific year, and 2026 was when the bill came due. We're going to go through all of them. We're going to look at the political ones first, because politics is where the show has always been sharpest and where the predictions have always been most uncomfortable. Then we'll move through technology, economics, health, space, entertainment, culture, and everyday life. We'll spend time with each one. We'll look at when the episode aired, what the joke was, what actually happened, and what the gap between those two things tells us about the people who wrote the show. And somewhere in the middle of all of that, if you're still awake and still listening, we'll get to the question that sits underneath all the individual predictions. What does it mean that a cartoon has been describing the future more accurately than most institutions dedicated to that specific task? What does it tell us about the writers? What does it tell us about the show? And what, maybe most importantly, does it tell us about the world the show has been describing? Because here's the thing about Springfield that tends to get lost in the conversation about predictions. The show was never trying to describe the future. It was trying to describe the present. It was trying to take the America that existed in whatever year the episode was being written and hold it up to a slightly curved mirror, one that exaggerated certain features and distorted others, so that the audience could see their own world more clearly than they could when they were looking at it straight on. The predictions aren't accidents. They're the natural result of a show that has spent 37 years describing the present more clearly than most people were willing to describe it themselves. When the present keeps moving forward and the description stays on film, eventually the present catches up to the description. And when it does, it looks like prophecy. But it isn't prophecy. It's just extremely sharp observation, preserved in amber for long enough that the world it was observing finally arrived at the place the observers could already see it heading. That's the theory, anyway. The honest version. The one that the show's own producers will tell you when they're being direct about it. But we're going to look at all of it. The ones that fit that explanation cleanly, the ones that stretch it a little, and the ones that don't quite fit it at all. The ones where something is happening that is genuinely harder to explain, where the specificity is so precise and the detail is so accurate that the statistical argument starts to feel a little thin, and we'll let you decide what you think. That's the other thing about this video. This isn't an argument. This is a tour. We're walking through these predictions together, looking at them from different angles, taking our time. By the end, you'll have everything you need to form your own conclusion about what The Simpsons has been doing for the past 3.5 decades. Whether it's brilliant satire that naturally intersects with reality, because reality eventually catches up to satire. Whether it's a writing room full of exceptionally educated people who understand the direction of human civilization better than most. Whether there's something else going on entirely, something stranger and harder to categorize. Or whether it's all of those things at once, layered on top of each other in ways that can't be cleanly separated. That's the honest answer, by the way. The real answer. The one that holds up when you look at all the evidence rather than just the pieces that support a predetermined conclusion. It's all of those things at once. The Simpsons predicts the future because it describes the present with unusual clarity. And it describes the present with unusual clarity because the people writing it are smart and well-read and deeply cynical about the way power works, and deeply invested in the idea that the truth about how the world operates is usually more interesting than the story the world tells about itself. They write a joke. The joke is about something real, something happening right now, in the year the joke is written. The joke exaggerates the real thing for comic effect, pushes it to its logical extreme, shows you where the trajectory leads if you follow it out a few more years. Then the years pass. The trajectory continues. And one day the logical extreme is no longer extreme. It's just the news. That's how it works most of the time. And then there are the other times. The times when the specificity is so precise that the explanation feels insufficient. When the name is right, and the location is right, and the detail is right, and the year is right, and there's no obvious trend that was already pointing in that direction when the episode was being written, those are the ones we're going to spend the most time with. Those are the ones that make you look up from your screen. So settle in, get comfortable, let the room get quiet. We're going to spend a few hours in Springfield together. We're going to walk through the streets of a town that doesn't exist and look at the things it saw coming before we did. And somewhere along the way, we might figure out something real about the world we actually live in. The Simpsons has been trying to tell us something for 37 years. In 2026, more of it came true than in any single year before it. Let's find out what it was. If you're watching this late at night or early in the morning, drop a comment with where you're watching from and what time it is. There's something genuinely nice about knowing who's out there in the dark. And if you're not subscribed yet, now's a good time. We've got a lot more of these coming. Section 2. The Political Predictions Government, Elections and Power. Politics is where The Simpsons has always been most precise, most uncomfortable, and most correct. This isn't an accident. The show was created by people who understood, from the very beginning, that political satire works best when it's specific. When it names names, when it commits to the joke rather than hedging it behind plausible deniability, the writers have consistently been willing to make explicit what most television shows only implied, and that willingness to be direct is a large part of why the political predictions have landed with such unsettling accuracy over the decades. Let's start with the one that everyone knows, because it's still the most remarkable and because understanding it properly sets up everything else in this section. In the year 2000, an episode called Bart to the Future aired on March 19th. The episode was built around a flash-forward premise, something the show had done before and would do again, jumping ahead to a version of Springfield set in the distant future. In this future version, Lisa Simpson is the President of the United States. She's become the first female president, and she's inherited a national financial crisis from her predecessor. During the episode, Lisa references the Trump administration as the government that came before hers. The line is delivered as a throwaway, a piece of background information, a quick joke about how America ended up broke enough to require a fictional President Lisa to fix it. That episode aired 16 years before Donald Trump was elected President of the United States in November 2016. Now, that particular piece of prediction history is well known. It's been discussed endlessly online. It's part of the standard canon of Simpsons prediction conversation. What's less discussed is the specific mechanism that the writers used to arrive at that joke, and why that mechanism is more interesting than the prediction itself. Dan Greaney, the writer of that episode, gave an interview to The Hollywood Reporter after the 2016 election that offered the clearest possible window into the thinking behind the gag. He described the Trump presidency joke as intended to be a warning to America. He said the writers looked at the cultural landscape of the year 2000, looked at Trump's history of flirting with political ambition throughout the 1980s and 1990s, looked at the general direction of celebrity culture and its relationship with political power, and concluded that this particular trajectory led to a particular place. They weren't guessing randomly. They were following a line that already existed and drawing it out to where they believed it was heading. That's the important thing. The prediction worked because the writers were paying close attention to something that was already in motion. The trend existed before the episode did. The episode just named the destination before the journey was complete. But here's where 2026 becomes relevant. Because in 2026, the follow-up to that original prediction started materializing. The episode depicted Lisa's presidency as occurring after a Trump administration that had left the country in serious financial difficulty. And in 2026, the economic conditions that Lisa was dealing with in that fictional future started showing up in ways that felt uncomfortably familiar. We'll get to the economic specifics in the next section. But the political dimension of this is worth sitting with for a moment, because it raises a question that the 2000 episode quietly contained. The joke wasn't just that Trump would become president. The joke was that after Trump, America would need someone like Lisa, someone young, idealistic, intellectual, underestimated, coming into a situation shaped by decisions she didn't make and inheriting a mess she had to clean up. The show depicted a specific kind of political succession, a specific kind of national mood, a specific kind of institutional exhaustion that follows a particular kind of leadership. In 2026, political analysts who had nothing to do with The Simpsons started using language that rhymed surprisingly well with the thematic content of a 26-year-old episode. That's the political prediction phenomenon at its most interesting. It's the combination of the specific detail that lands precisely and the broader thematic arc that turns out to be accurate in ways the specific detail only hints at. Now let's go deeper into the 2026 political landscape and the episodes that seem to speak to it most directly. In Season 5, an episode called Deep Space Homer aired in February 1994. The primary plot involves Homer being selected for a NASA space mission as part of a program to boost public interest in the space program by sending an ordinary person into orbit. The joke is that NASA, facing declining public interest and budget pressure, decides that what they need is someone truly average, someone the public can relate to, someone who represents the median American so completely that their presence in space will make space feel accessible. Homer is their guy. The political subtext of that episode has to do with how public institutions respond to declining relevance. The show depicts NASA not as a scientific organization facing budget cuts and choosing to double down on science, but as a public relations organization that has concluded the best way to restore its cultural standing is to rebrand itself around accessibility and relatability rather than achievement and expertise. In 2026, a version of this debate, not about NASA specifically, but about the broader question of how public institutions communicate with a public that feels alienated from them, became a genuinely significant political topic. The language of accessibility, of relatability, of making expertise feel less like a barrier and more like an invitation, was being deployed across a range of institutional contexts in ways that would have been instantly recognizable to anyone who had watched that 1,994 episode recently. The Simpsons didn't predict the specific political conversation of 2026, but it had diagnosed the underlying tension, the tension between institutional expertise and public alienation, with enough precision that watching the episode in 2026 felt like watching a document rather than a joke. Then there's the episode from Season 4 called Margin Chains, which we'll return to in more detail in the health section, but which has a political dimension worth noting here. The episode depicts a government response to a public health crisis that includes a sequence where Springfield citizens, panicked and looking for solutions, gather in a town square and demand that the government do something. What the government delivers, in response to this demand, is a statue of Abraham Lincoln. The crowd stares at the statue. Then someone says that what they actually needed was a cure for the disease. A beat. Then the crowd riots and tears down the statue. That sequence, which aired in 1993, mapped onto a specific pattern of government response to public crisis so precisely that people were sharing clips of it in 2020 during the early days of the pandemic, and again in 2026 when a different but structurally similar situation produced a similar pattern of government behavior. The pattern is: crisis emerges, public demands action, government produces symbolic response, public initially accepts symbolic response, public eventually realizes the symbolic response didn't address the actual problem, public becomes frustrated. The Simpsons didn't predict any specific event. It described a pattern of behavior that is apparently durable enough to recur across multiple distinct crises, separated by decades. The joke is the same joke both times because the underlying dynamic is the same dynamic both times. That's actually the more interesting thing. The show isn't predicting specific events. It's describing systems. And systems behave consistently because the incentives that produce the behavior don't change between iterations of the crisis. In Season 7, there's an episode called Sideshow Bob Roberts, which is one of the most explicitly political episodes in the show's history. The plot involves Sideshow Bob, the show's recurring villainous character, running for mayor of Springfield on a conservative platform after being released from prison through the efforts of a right-wing talk radio host. The election is stolen. Voter fraud, specifically the manipulation of voter registration rolls to include the names of dead people and fictional characters, produces a victory for Sideshow Bob that wouldn't have been possible through legitimate means. The episode aired in October 1994. The specific content of American political conversation about election integrity, about voter rolls, about the relationship between media personalities and political campaigns, about the mechanisms through which elections can be influenced by people operating outside the formal campaign structure, these have been persistent features of the political landscape for the past decade. In 2026, several of them were more prominent than they had been in any previous year. The specific details of the episode don't align with the specific details of 2026 political events. The show was doing satire, not prophecy, and the satirical targets were the ones that existed in 1994, not the ones that exist now. But the structural pattern, the relationship between media figures and political candidates, the debate about who gets to vote and how votes are counted, the question of whether elections produce legitimate results, this pattern has been a feature of American politics with enough consistency that an episode written about it in 1994 reads as relevant in 2026 in ways that might have surprised even its writers. Let's talk about a more specific one. In season 15, an episode called CEDO aired in March 2004. The plot involves Homer briefly becoming the CEO of the Springfield nuclear power plant. After a complicated series of events, results in Burns being temporarily removed from power. During Homer's tenure as CEO, he implements a series of sweeping changes to the company that are immediately popular with employees and immediately disastrous for the company's actual functioning. The episode depicts a pattern that has become genuinely familiar in the corporate and political landscape of the 2020s. A charismatic, relatability-focused leader who generates enthusiasm and loyalty by behaving in ways that feel refreshingly different from institutional norms, while simultaneously making decisions that undermine the institution's long-term stability. In 2026, this pattern was visible in enough real-world contexts, political and corporate, that the episode was being cited in opinion pieces and social media discussions with the kind of specificity usually reserved for intentional commentary. The writers weren't predicting any specific leader or any specific organization. They were describing a character type and a dynamic that is apparently perennial enough to keep producing real-world examples. Season 16 offers an episode called The Seven Beer Snitch, which includes a subplot about Springfield's relationship with a neighboring town. The subplot involves Springfield engaging in a municipal rivalry that escalates through a series of escalating responses, each one slightly more disproportionate than the last, until the original cause of the dispute has been completely forgotten, and both towns are simply locked into a cycle of retaliation they no longer remember the purpose of. This is a very old comic structure. But in 2026, the international political landscape included several situations that operated on precisely this dynamic disputes, where the original triggering event had been so thoroughly buried under subsequent responses that the parties involved were no longer meaningfully connected to the original grievance, just to the cycle of retaliation itself. The Simpsons had described this dynamic in the context of a municipal rivalry between cartoon towns in 2005. The dynamic turned out to be transferable to the level of actual geopolitics in 2026. There's a word for this in political science: conflict escalation dynamics. The Simpsons was doing political science comedy. The political science turned out to be accurate enough to be relevant 2 decades later. One of the most discussed political predictions of 2026, in the context of The Simpsons, was related to an episode from season 22 called The Bob Next Door, which aired in May 2011. The episode involves Sideshow Bob escaping from prison through a scheme that exploits a legal loophole related to the way prisoner identity is recorded in the justice system. The legal loophole the episode depicted was fictional and absurd, a cartoon exaggeration of how administrative gaps in legal systems can be exploited by people with the motivation and intelligence to find them. In 2025 and into 2026, several high-profile legal cases in multiple countries involved defendants who had successfully exploited administrative gaps in legal systems in ways that produced outcomes that the public found baffling. The specific gaps were different, the specific contexts were different, but the underlying phenomenon, the justice system being navigated around by people who understood its administrative structure better than the people responsible for enforcing it, was structurally identical to what the episode had depicted. And then there's the prediction that political commentators were most likely to mention in 2026 in connection with The Simpsons. This one comes from season 10, an episode called Realty Bites, which aired in December 1998. The episode contains a subplot about Springfield city government attempting to use a municipal regulation to address a problem that the regulation was never designed to address, with predictably chaotic results. The episode is a comedy about regulatory overreach, about the gap between the intention of a rule and its application in a context the rule's creators never anticipated, about the way legal language, when stretched beyond its original purpose, produces outcomes that are both technically compliant with the letter of the law and completely contrary to its spirit. In 2026, regulatory overreach and the creative application of existing legal frameworks to new contexts were among the most discussed topics in political and legal commentary. The specific situations were modern. The pattern was ancient. The Simpsons had drawn the pattern with enough precision in 1998 that watching the episode in 2026 felt less like nostalgia and more like orientation. The political predictions work because politics is a domain where human behavior is unusually consistent over time. The incentives that produce political behavior don't change as quickly as technology or culture. The person who wants power will seek it in similar ways across decades. The institution that feels threatened will protect itself in similar ways regardless of the specific threat. The public that feels ignored will express its frustration through similar channels even when those channels look different on the surface. The Simpsons understood this. The show has always understood that politics is, at its core, about a limited set of recurring human dynamics. And by depicting those dynamics in exaggerated cartoon form, it created a record that stays relevant across decades because the dynamics themselves stay relevant. In 2026, that relevance felt acute in a way it rarely had before. Because 2026 was a year when the patterns the show had been describing accelerated. When multiple dynamics that the show had depicted across its history seemed to compress into a single year, showing up in headlines and news cycles, and political commentary with a frequency and intensity that made the pattern hard to ignore. The show didn't predict 2026, but it had spent 37 years describing the forces that produced 2026. And when those forces finally converged in the ways they did, the show's archive started functioning as a kind of field guide. That's the political prediction phenomenon. It's not magic. It's pattern recognition by smart people who paid close attention for a long time, preserved on film, available to be consulted when the patterns arrive. Which brings us to one final political prediction worth spending time with in this section. Season 8, Episode 22, an episode called In Marge We Trust, which aired in May 1997. The subplot of this episode involves a minor character discovering that his face has been used on a Japanese product label without his knowledge or consent. This seems like a very specific and very trivial detail to include in a discussion of political predictions. But in 2025 and 2026, the question of how human likeness, voice, and identity is used in commercial and digital contexts, without explicit consent, became one of the most actively debated policy questions in multiple countries. The Simpsons depicted the emotional dimension of this issue, the strangeness of discovering that your face is being used for purposes you didn't authorize in contexts you have no visibility into in 1997. The policy debate about it arrived decades later. The show was describing a feeling before the world had produced the technology that would make that feeling common. That's a different kind of prediction. It's not anticipating a technology or a political event. It's anticipating an experience, a particular kind of disorientation that comes from existing in a world where your likeness has commercial value to people you've never met. In 2026, that disorientation was widely shared. The Simpsons had given it a face, so to speak, 29 years earlier. The political section of this video could go on for hours by itself. The show has been doing political commentary for 37 years, and the political landscape has been providing new examples of old patterns with remarkable consistency. But we'll move on, because there are other categories of prediction to examine, and some of them are even more specific, and some of them are even stranger, and all of them deserve the same kind of careful attention we've been giving to the political ones. The world of technology is where the show's predictive track record starts to get genuinely difficult to explain through pattern recognition alone. When you predict a political dynamic, you're predicting something that has been true before, that human nature reliably produces. When you predict a specific technology, you're predicting something that doesn't exist yet, that has to be invented by specific people with specific resources operating under specific conditions. The technological predictions are harder to explain, and they're the ones we're going to look at next. Section 3. The Technology Predictions Devices, AI, and the Digital World. In 1995, the writers of The Simpsons put a wristwatch communicator into an episode. It was a throwaway gag, background detail, The kind of visual joke that passes in half a second and doesn't require the plot to stop and explain it? The Apple Watch was introduced in 2015, 20 years after that episode aired. Now, wristwatch-based communication devices had existed as science fiction long before The Simpsons depicted one. Dick Tracy had a wrist radio in 1946. The concept wasn't new. What the show depicted, though, was a wristwatch that functioned as a personal communication and information device. Something closer to the Apple Watch in its actual design and function than to the fantasy communication tools of mid-century science fiction. The difference between wristwatch that lets you make calls and wristwatch that serves as a miniaturized personal computer with communication functions is meaningful. The first is a concept that existed long before The Simpsons. The second is a reasonably accurate description of what the Apple Watch actually is, and the episode depicted something closer to the second. This matters because it illustrates the way the show's technology predictions tend to work at their best. The writers weren't just recycling existing science fiction concepts. They were looking at the direction that technology was moving and imagining what that direction would produce. They were following the logic of miniaturization, of convergence, of the general tendency for devices to become smaller and more personal over time, and they were drawing that logic forward. The result looks like prediction. What it actually is extrapolation. Careful, intelligent, well-informed extrapolation by people who were paying close attention to where the technology was going. But then there are the other ones. The ones where the extrapolation is so specific, so precise, that the word extrapolation starts to feel a little inadequate. Let's talk about autocorrect. In a 1994 episode called Lisa on Ice, there's a brief gag involving the Newton, Apple's early personal digital assistant, which was a real product that had been released in 1993. The gag involves the Newton's handwriting recognition software attempting to translate a handwritten note and producing something completely unrelated to what was actually written. The episode is making fun of a specific real technology that existed at the time. But the nature of the joke, a device that attempts to interpret human input and produces a confident but incorrect result, is structurally identical to what autocorrect has been doing to smartphone users for the past 15 years. The specific technology changed. The experience the technology produces didn't change at all. The Newton is gone. But every smartphone on the planet has a descendant of that same functionality, and every smartphone user has had the exact same experience the episode was mocking in 1994. The device is confident. The device is wrong. The user is either amused or frustrated, depending on context. In 2026, this experience is so universal that it barely registers as remarkable anymore. But The Simpsons depicted it in 1994, when only a small number of people owned Newton devices, and the general public had never interacted with a digital assistant of any kind. The show was describing an experience that was about to become one of the most shared human experiences of the next 3 decades. Now let's move to the technology predictions that feel less like extrapolation and more like something harder to explain. In Season 6, Episode 19, an episode called Lisa's Wedding, the show does one of its flash-forward episodes, jumping to a future version of Springfield set in the year 2010. In this future, the show depicts several technologies that didn't exist in 1995 when the episode aired. Video calling. The episode shows characters communicating face-to-face over a screen, from different physical locations, as a routine and unremarkable feature of daily life. FaceTime was introduced in 2010, the same year the episode set its fictional future. The episode also depicts a character wearing a watch that communicates with other devices. It depicts automated systems that respond to voice commands. It depicts a cultural landscape in which the boundary between professional and social life has become blurred in ways that people find both convenient and uncomfortable. These aren't independent predictions. They're part of a coherent vision of what the near future would look like, a vision that turned out to be accurate across multiple dimensions simultaneously. The writers in 1995 were imagining 2010, and they imagined it with unusual accuracy, not because they had access to information that others didn't, but because they understood the direction that technology was moving well enough to project that direction 15 years forward and arrive somewhere real. Season 14 contains an episode called Large Marge, which aired in September 2002, and which is not generally cited in discussions of the show's technology predictions. but it contains a subplot involving a character attempting to manipulate public opinion through a series of seemingly unconnected media appearances, all of which are coordinated behind the scenes to produce a single desired outcome. The episode is a comedy about public relations, but the mechanism it depicts, coordinated information delivery across multiple channels to create the appearance of organic consensus, is structurally identical to what has come to be called information operations, or influence campaigns, in the contemporary discussion of media and technology. In 2026, the question of how coordinated information campaigns operate, how they use multiple channels to create the impression of widespread organic agreement, was one of the most discussed topics in media and technology circles. The Simpsons had described the basic mechanism in 2002 in the context of a plastic surgery subplot, and the mechanism turned out to be fully transferable to the much larger and more consequential arena of digital media manipulation. Then there's the prediction that has been discussed most frequently in technology circles in connection with The Simpsons in 2025 and 2026. In Season 9, there's an episode called The Principal and the Pauper, which isn't primarily about technology, but it contains a brief sequence in which a character is identified through a database search that pulls together multiple pieces of personal information from different sources and produces a comprehensive profile of who that person is and where they can be found. This is, functionally, a description of what data aggregation does, what data brokers do, what the infrastructure of digital surveillance has made routine. The episode aired in 1997. The infrastructure it depicted, in crude early form, has since become one of the most consequential features of the modern digital landscape. In 2026, the debate about data aggregation, about the creation of detailed personal profiles from dispersed data sources, about who has access to that information and for what purposes, reached a kind of peak that produced significant policy responses in multiple jurisdictions. The Simpsons had the basic idea 29 years earlier. Let's talk about AI now, because this is the category of technology prediction where the 2026 examples have been most striking and where the show's track record is hardest to explain through conventional means. In Season 8, an episode called Homer vs. Patty and Selma, which isn't primarily about technology, contains a sequence involving a computer system that produces creative output in response to human prompts. The computer in the episode generates something visual and textual based on a description provided by a character, and the result is both impressive and subtly wrong in the specific way that early AI-generated content tends to be wrong. Technically accomplished but missing something essential. Structurally correct but experientially hollow. The episode aired in 1996. The AI image generation and text generation tools that would produce those exact qualities were still decades away. The show was describing an experience of generated content before generated content existed. It was anticipating not just the technology, but the specific qualitative experience of encountering that technology. The sensation of looking at something that has been made correctly but feels empty. In 2026, that sensation was being widely discussed and debated in the context of AI-generated art, music, writing, and video. The technology had arrived, and people were grappling with exactly the feeling the show had described. The product is technically proficient. Something is missing. The thing that is missing is hard to name precisely but is immediately recognizable when you encounter it. The Simpsons named it, or described it without naming it. In 1996, there's a 2010 episode called The Bob Next Door, which contains a subplot involving a character using a GPS-based system to track the location of another character. The episode plays this for comedy, but the technology depicted, real-time location tracking through a networked device, was described with enough specificity that watching it now feels like watching a demonstration of a feature that every smartphone currently has. The episode aired in 2010. Smartphones were new. GPS was standard in cars. But the idea of using a personal device to track another person's real-time location as a casual and unremarkable activity rather than a specialized surveillance operation was something the episode depicted before it became one of the most common features of both daily life and domestic dispute. In 2026, the question of location tracking through personal devices, who is being tracked, who is doing the tracking, And what the legal and social boundaries of this activity are was a significant topic of public conversation. The show had been there first. Season 25 contains an episode called What to Expect When Bart's Expecting, which aired in May 2014. The episode contains a subplot involving a technology that allows for remote monitoring of physical health data through a wearable device. This is a description of what health wearables do, what smartwatches with health monitoring features do, what the Apple Watch Health Suite, Fitbit, and dozens of similar devices do. The episode aired in 2014. The Apple Watch was introduced in 2015. Health monitoring wearables have become one of the most significant categories of consumer technology in the years since. The show was describing the product a year before the product launched. Now let's get to the AI prediction that has been discussed most in 2026 specifically. This one requires a little context to understand properly. In Season 23, an episode called Them, Robot, which aired in March 2012, Burns replaces the human workers at the nuclear power plant with robots. The robots are efficient, obedient, and completely unable to exercise judgment in situations that fall outside their programming. This creates a series of problems that the robots cannot solve, because the problems require the kind of contextual understanding and adaptive reasoning that the robots don't possess. The episode is a comedy about automation, about the gap between what machines can do efficiently and what they cannot do at all, about the human qualities that resist automation not because they are mysterious or spiritual, but because they are genuinely complex in ways that formal programming struggles to capture. In 2025 and 2026, the conversation about AI replacing human workers reached a kind of inflection point. Not because AI couldn't do many things that humans had previously done, but because the specific things AI couldn't do, the contextual judgment, the adaptive reasoning, the navigation of genuinely novel situations, were becoming visible in high-stakes contexts in ways that produced significant consequences. The show had described this gap in 2012, not as a technical prediction about where AI would be in 2026, but as a structural observation about the relationship between automated systems and the human judgment that automated systems are designed to replace. In 2026, that structural observation was being confirmed in domain after domain. The technology prediction section could continue for a long time. The show has depicted smartphones, streaming media, social media addiction, algorithmic content recommendation, deepfakes, virtual reality, remote work, e-commerce, drone delivery, and the general experience of living in a world saturated with digital information across episodes spanning 3 decades. Not always with perfect accuracy in terms of specific design or implementation, but consistently enough in terms of the social and psychological experience of living with these technologies, that watching the show in 2026 produces a particular kind of double take. The show knew what it would feel like to live in this world before this world existed. It didn't always know what the specific technologies would look like or how they would work, but it knew how people would feel about them, how they would use them badly, how institutions would respond to them slowly, how the gap between what technology promises and what it delivers would produce exactly the kind of frustration and alienation that the show has been depicting in other contexts for decades. The feeling is familiar. The technology is new. The Simpsons showed you the feeling before the technology arrived to produce it. That's the technology prediction phenomenon. And in 2026, the feeling has arrived in enough domains simultaneously that the archive of Simpsons episodes depicting it in advance is large enough to fill a dedicated section of its own, which it just did. Section 4. The Economic Predictions, Markets, Corporations, and Collapse. The Simpsons has been telling a story about money for 37 years. Not always directly, not always explicitly, but underneath every joke about Homer's salary and every gag about Mr. Burns' wealth and every subplot about Springfield's perpetually collapsing local economy, there is a consistent and coherent observation about how wealth works, who has it, who doesn't, and what the gap between those two groups produces when it gets wide enough for long enough. In 2026, that story became more visible than it had been in any previous year of the show's run. Let's start with the episode that economic commentators referenced most frequently in connection with The Simpsons during 2025 and 2026. In Season 4, an episode called Last Exit to Springfield, which aired in March 1993, Homer accidentally becomes the head of his union after a series of misunderstandings. Burns attempts to take away the workers' dental plan in exchange for a one-time cash bonus. Homer doesn't initially understand what's at stake. Through a combination of incompetence and luck, he ends up leading a strike that produces a better outcome than any competent negotiator could have achieved. The episode is one of the most celebrated in the show's history and is frequently cited by critics as an example of the show at its absolute peak. But the economic content of the episode, which was treated as broad satire in 1993, maps onto the labor landscape of the 2020s with a specificity that makes it feel less like satire and more like documentation. The pattern the episode describes, a corporation attempting to exchange a long-term benefit for a short-term payment, relying on workers' difficulty in evaluating the long-term value of benefits against the immediate appeal of cash, then being surprised when workers organize and resist, is a pattern that has played out in real labor negotiations across multiple industries in the years since. In 2025 and 2026, the number of significant labor actions in the United States and globally reached a level that commentators described as historically unusual. The specific issues varied. The structural dynamic workers reassessing the terms of their relationship with employers during a period of economic uncertainty and inflation was consistent, and it was the dynamic the show had depicted in 1993. The episode wasn't predicting a specific strike in a specific industry in a specific year. It was describing a structural tension in the relationship between capital and labor that is apparently durable enough to remain relevant across 3 decades. Season 2 contains an episode called Homer versus Patty and Selma, which involves Homer losing all of his money through a bad investment and being forced to work for his sisters-in-law as a consequence. The investment Homer makes is in pumpkins, timed disastrously wrong so that he buys at peak and sells at trough. The joke is about investment timing and the specific stupidity of the retail investor who makes decisions based on momentum rather than analysis. But the underlying observation that ordinary people systematically make investment decisions at exactly the wrong moments, selling low after prices drop and buying high after prices rise, is a genuinely accurate description of documented retail investor behavior that behavioral economists have studied extensively. The show was describing a real pattern of economic behavior in 1991. The research confirming that pattern has accumulated over the decades since, and in 2026, as market volatility produced exactly the kind of environment in which retail investors are most likely to behave in the ways the show depicted, the episode was being cited in financial commentary with a frequency that would have surprised its writers. But it's the corporate prediction episodes that have aged most precisely. In Season 10, an episode called The Trouble with Trillions, which aired in April 1999, involves the discovery that a $1 trillion bill printed during World War II by the United States government has been hidden for decades by Mr. Burns. The episode is a comedy about wealth accumulation at a scale so extreme it has no practical meaning in normal economic life. The $1 trillion bill is absurd. But the underlying point that certain individuals accumulate resources so far in excess of anything they could meaningfully use that the concept of wealth itself becomes inadequate to describe their situation was not absurd. It was a reasonably accurate observation about the direction that wealth concentration was heading. In 2026, the combined net worth of the world's wealthiest individuals had reached levels that produced regular headlines about numbers so large they required new vocabulary to communicate meaningfully. The concept of the centibillionaire, someone worth $100 billion, had become routine. The concept of the trillionaire, which had seemed science fiction as recently as 2020, was being discussed by serious economists as a near-term possibility. The Simpsons was using a $1 trillion bill as a joke about the absurdity of extreme wealth in 1999. By 2026, the joke had become a near-literal description. Let's look at the corporate prediction that was discussed most specifically in 2026. In Season 9, an episode called Burns, Baby Burns, a character discovers that he is Mr. Burns' illegitimate son. The plot is incidental. But the episode contains a subplot involving Burns restructuring his business holdings to consolidate control and eliminate the influence of outside stakeholders. This is a description of how corporate consolidation works. Burns is depicted as using the complexity of his corporate structure to maintain personal control over assets that, in theory, belong to shareholders and other stakeholders. He is using legal and financial mechanisms to concentrate power in himself in ways that are technically compliant with the rules while being contrary to their spirit. In 2026, the question of how corporate governance mechanisms allow concentrated ownership to override the interests of other stakeholders was one of the most actively discussed topics in financial journalism. Several specific corporate situations were producing exactly the dynamic the episode had depicted. The show had been describing this feature of corporate governance since the early 1990s in the context of a fictional billionaire who was always presented as the show's primary villain. The interesting thing about the 2026 version of this conversation is that it was happening not in the context of obvious villains, but in the context of companies and individuals that many people had complicated feelings about. The mechanism was the same. The moral valence was more ambiguous. Season 17 contains an episode called My Fair Laddie, which isn't primarily about economics, but it contains a subplot about a character being essentially reclassified from one economic category to another through a series of presentation changes that don't reflect any underlying change in their actual circumstances. This is a description of economic performance masking. The idea that the categories we use to classify economic status or corporate health can be manipulated through presentation without changing the underlying reality. In 2026, the question of how economic metrics can diverge from economic experience, how numbers that indicate health at one level of analysis can coexist with distress at another level, was a central feature of economic commentary. The show had depicted the mechanism in 2006 in a comedy about accent coaching. The Disney-Fox merger prediction deserves its own extended discussion here because it's one of the show's most precise corporate predictions, and because it came with context that makes it more interesting than the headline version suggests. In Season 10, an episode called When You Dish Upon a Star, which aired in November 1998, contains a brief visual gag in the final scene. A building is shown with a sign reading 20th Century Fox, a division of Walt Disney Co. This is a direct, explicit, named prediction, not a structural observation that applies to a pattern. A specific corporate transaction involving specific companies, described by name, in an episode that aired in 1998. The acquisition was completed in March 2019, 21 years after the joke. The specific gag was written, according to the writers who discussed it later, as a satirical observation about the general trend of media consolidation. The show was produced by 20th Century Fox. Disney was the obvious example of a company that had demonstrated both the appetite and the financial capacity to acquire major media properties. The joke was, the company that makes us is going to end up being owned by the company that is consuming everything. In 1998, this was satire. In 2019, it was a press release. The economic content of the prediction is clear, but the meta content is interesting too. The show was predicting its own acquisition. The writers who wrote that joke were predicting that the studio that paid their salaries would be swallowed by a larger competitor, and they put that prediction on screen as a throwaway background gag. That takes a particular kind of confidence in your observation. The confidence to say, in public, in the show you produce for the company you work for, that you believe your company is going to be acquired. They were right. And in 2026, the question of media consolidation, of how many major studios and networks and streaming services and publishing houses can end up under how few owners, was more active than it had been since the Disney-Fox deal. Several transactions were being discussed, negotiated, or completed that continued the consolidation pattern the show had depicted in 1998. The show's prediction hadn't just come true once. It described a direction, and that direction has continued. In Season 26, an episode called Let's Go Fly a Coot, which aired in March 2015, contains a subplot about a local business being displaced by a larger corporate competitor whose advantages are structural rather than merit-based. The local business is better, in the estimation of the community. It loses anyway, because the corporate competitor has resources that allow it to price lower and market harder, regardless of product quality. In 2026, the specific version of this dynamic that was most discussed involved the relationship between large e-commerce platforms and small independent retailers. and the relationship between large AI companies and small, independent software developers. The structural advantages of size were producing market outcomes that felt familiar to anyone who had watched that 2015 episode. The economic predictions are perhaps the section of the show's prediction history where the explanation through pattern recognition feels most solid. Economics does tend to repeat patterns. The history of capitalism is in many ways the history of a limited set of dynamics playing out in different technological and cultural contexts. But the precision with which the show has named specific companies, described specific mechanisms, and anticipated specific outcomes across episodes spanning 3 decades suggests something beyond pure coincidence. The writers were paying attention to the economy. They were reading about it, thinking about it, talking about people who understood it deeply, and they were consistently arriving at conclusions about where it was heading that turned out to be correct. In 2026, those conclusions have arrived with enough force and in enough domains simultaneously that the economic section of the Simpsons prediction archive is longer than it's ever been. Section 5. The health and science predictions, medicine, pandemics, and the body. In 1993, the writers of The Simpsons put a flu pandemic into an episode. The episode was called Marge in Chains, and it aired on May 6th of that year. The flu in question originated in Japan, traveled to the United States through a shipped product, spread through the community rapidly, overwhelmed local health resources, and produced both genuine suffering and a kind of social panic that made the actual health crisis harder to manage. The episode is primarily a comedy about Marge being accused of shoplifting. The pandemic is background. It's the setup for the community situation that produces the circumstances the main plot requires. But it is, in its basic structure, a description of what a modern pandemic looks like. A respiratory illness originating in Asia. Rapid transmission through commercial networks. Community overwhelm. Official responses that are inadequate and occasionally counterproductive. Public panic that complicates the situation rather than improving it. The search for a cure as a kind of collective fixation that distracts from basic public health measures. COVID-19 arrived in the United States in early 2020, 27 years after that episode aired. This is the health prediction that gets discussed most often in connection with The Simpsons. And it deserves careful treatment because the explanation matters as much as the fact. The writers weren't predicting COVID-19. They couldn't have been. They were depicting a pandemic, a concept that has existed since long before The Simpsons, using the most plausible template for what a modern pandemic would look like, given the state of global trade and travel in 1993. The World Health Organization had been discussing the risk of pandemic influenza emerging from Southeast Asia since the 1970s. Epidemiologists had been modeling the scenarios for decades. The possibility that a respiratory illness would move from Asia to America through commercial supply chains was not a secret. It was a documented concern that public health officials had been raising for years. The Simpsons writers, in constructing a pandemic scenario for comic purposes, drew on that existing knowledge base. They created a scenario that was consistent with what experts believed a modern pandemic would look like. And they were right, because the experts were right. But the specific details are interesting. The episode depicts a flu that spreads through people who packed products in Japan while ill. This is a description of supply chain transmission. The COVID-19 virus did not transmit through products, but the way it entered the United States, through people traveling for commerce and trade, is structurally similar to what the episode depicted. The episode depicts a community looking for a cure as a primary response to the pandemic rather than mitigation measures. In 2020 and 2021, the search for a vaccine, which eventually succeeded, sometimes competed in public discourse with the question of what interim mitigation measures were appropriate. This tension between the search for a definitive solution and the management of the situation while that solution is sought is something the episode depicted with reasonable accuracy. The episode depicts the government providing a statue instead of medicine, as we discussed in the political section. This is a comedy about symbolic response to real crisis. In 2020, the charge that official responses to the pandemic had been more symbolic than substantive was made repeatedly and from multiple political directions. The Simpsons didn't predict COVID-19. It predicted what a pandemic in the modern world would look like. And it was right because it was drawing on expert knowledge that turned out to be correct. But the precision of the match, across so many dimensions, still produces a reaction when you encounter it. Even knowing the explanation, the feeling of recognition is real. Let's move to the health predictions that are less discussed but equally interesting. In Season 7, an episode called 22 Short Films About Springfield, which aired in April 1996, contains a segment involving a character experiencing what is described as a medical crisis. The character is diagnosed with a condition that the episode plays for comedy, but which maps onto a real health phenomenon that became more widely discussed in the decade following the episode. This one is deliberately vague because the specific condition touches on an area where precision in description isn't appropriate for this kind of video. But the structural point is valid. The episode depicted a health situation that, at the time, was either not widely known or not widely discussed, and the situation the episode depicted became significantly more prominent in medical and public health conversation in the years after the episode aired. The show has a history of this, of depicting health situations, physical or psychological, that are real but under-acknowledged at the time of depiction, and which become more prominent in public health conversation over time. Season 4, Episode 11, Homer's Triple Bypass, aired in December 1992. The episode involves Homer needing heart surgery. It's a comedy about healthcare economics as much as it is about cardiac medicine. The costs are absurd. The insurance situation is bewildering. Homer can't afford the care he needs through the normal healthcare system and has to find an unconventional solution. The episode was a satire of American healthcare economics in 1992. In 2026, American healthcare economics is not significantly less satirizable than it was in 1992. The specific details have changed. The underlying structure has not. But the medical detail within the episode is worth noting. The episode depicted the specific cardiac procedure Homer undergoes with enough anatomical accuracy that medical professionals who watched it noted that the writers had done their research. The procedure itself was described correctly. The recovery process was described with reasonable accuracy. The underlying cardiac pathology was consistent with what was known about heart disease in 1992. This is a recurring feature of the show's health content. When it depicts a medical condition or procedure, it tends to do so with more accuracy than you'd expect from a comedy. The writers have consistently done enough research to make the medical content plausible, which means the health-related predictions tend to hold up better than predictions that are based purely on speculation. Season 15, an episode called The Way We Weren't, contains a subplot about the long-term psychological effects of childhood experiences on adult behavior. The content is comedic, involving exaggerated versions of psychological concepts. But the underlying observation that early experiences shape adult emotional patterns in ways that people are often unaware of was one that research in developmental psychology was increasingly confirming in the years after the episode aired. The show wasn't predicting a specific research finding. It was treating psychological knowledge as the basis for humor in a way that assumed the knowledge was correct. When the research subsequently confirmed the patterns the show was treating as assumed, the episode aged into looking prescient. Then there's the prediction about mental health specifically. In Season 9, an episode called Homer's Phobia, which aired in February 1997, involves Homer developing an anxiety response to a specific stimulus. The episode is primarily about something else entirely, and the anxiety subplot is background. But the way the episode depicts anxiety, the physical symptoms, the cognitive patterns, the way it interacts with the character's other behaviors, is consistent enough with what was subsequently established about anxiety disorders that watching the episode now, after 3 decades of expanded public understanding of mental health, produces a recognition response. The show was depicting anxiety the way it actually works before that kind of depiction was common on television. Mental health was often either invisible on screen or depicted through the lens of dramatic illness. The Simpsons depicted it as ordinary, as something that a regular person experiences as part of a regular life, with realistic texture and without dramatic framing. That approach was ahead of its time in 1997. It's now the approach that's considered accurate and responsible. Season 28 contains an episode called There Will Be Buds, which aired in November 2016. The episode involves a character becoming dependent on a specific substance for relaxation and social functioning, with consequences that escalate beyond what the character intended or anticipated. The episode was written as broad comedy, but in 2026, the patterns it depicted around dependency, around the way substances become integrated into social functioning in ways that make stopping feel like a social withdrawal as much as a physical one, had been extensively documented in public health research about specific categories of substance use that were receiving significant attention in the mid-2020s. The show was describing a dependency dynamic in 2016 that public health research was documenting with increasing precision in the years that followed. Now let's talk about the science predictions, because health and science overlap in ways that make them hard to separate cleanly, and because some of the show's most remarkable specific predictions are in the scientific domain. In Season 10, an episode called Dollar Pringfield, which aired in December 1993, contains a brief throwaway scene in which Homer is shown doing math on a napkin. The math on the napkin, which is visible for only a moment, includes an equation. A physicist named Simon Singh examined the equation in 2017 and found that it predicted the mass of the Higgs boson particle to a reasonable degree of accuracy if you applied specific interpretations to the variables involved. The Higgs boson wasn't experimentally confirmed until 2012, 19 years after the equation appeared on the napkin in the episode. Now, this prediction is one of the more contested ones in the canon. Singh's analysis requires specific interpretations of the equation that not everyone accepts. The equation isn't unambiguously a prediction of the Higgs boson mass, but it isn't unambiguously not that either. And the fact that a 1993 episode of The Simpsons contained an equation that could plausibly be interpreted as predicting a particle physics result that wouldn't be confirmed for 19 years is remarkable enough to take seriously. David X. Cohen, one of the show's writers who later went on to create Futurama, has a PhD in computer science from Berkeley. Al Jean, the showrunner, studied mathematics at Harvard. Several other writers have backgrounds in hard sciences. These aren't people writing math equations by random number generation. These are people who understand what the equations mean and who chose specific equations deliberately. Whether the specific equation in that episode was deliberately constructed to predict the Higgs boson mass is something we can't know with certainty. But the idea that it appeared by accident in a show staffed by people with serious mathematical training is less credible than the idea that it was chosen deliberately. And if it was chosen deliberately by people who understood the physics well enough to make a reasonable approximation of the mass before it was experimentally confirmed, then the explanation for this prediction is not statistical accident. It's expert knowledge. That's a different category. In Season 11, an episode called Saddle Sore Galactica, which aired in February 2000, contains a reference to the universe being shaped like a donut. A character describes this as a possible shape for the universe, and the show treats it as an absurd idea that is immediately dismissed. In 2003, cosmologists analyzing radiation patterns from the Wilkinson microwave anisotropy probe found data consistent with a toroidal or donut-shaped universe. This is still debated in cosmology, and the evidence is not conclusive, but the possibility is taken seriously by researchers. The Simpsons introduced the donut-shaped universe concept 3 years before the cosmological research was published, and introduced it as a joke, as a ridiculous idea that the characters dismiss. Sometimes the show's predictions come in the form of things that characters say out loud and then dismiss as absurd. The donut universe is one of these. The joke is that the universe is shaped like a donut. The reality is that this might actually be the case. In 2026, the scientific context for a range of predictions the show had made became clearer. Research in genetics, neuroscience, climate science, and physics published in the years leading up to 2026 confirmed observations that the show had made in passing, in comedic context, across episodes spanning decades. Some of these are genuinely remarkable. Some of them are the kind of coincidences that a show producing 800 episodes will inevitably accumulate. Distinguishing between the two requires taking each case seriously and not assuming an answer before examining the evidence. The health and science sections of The Simpsons Prediction Archive are perhaps the most variable in terms of how strong the evidence is. Some of the predictions are clearly coincidences, the result of the show touching on enough topics that some of them will eventually align with real-world developments. Some of them are the result of expert knowledge within the writing room being applied to jokes that have a longer shelf life than their writers expected. And some of them are, genuinely, hard to explain. The donut universe is one of those. The Higgs boson equation might be one of those. The pandemic episode, while explicable, is precise enough that the explanation doesn't feel quite sufficient. In 2026, the health and science predictions landed in a context where people were perhaps more attuned to the question of what we know and how we know it than at any previous point in the show's history. A period of significant public debate about scientific authority, about the relationship between expertise and public trust, about how scientific knowledge gets communicated and how it doesn't, made these predictions feel more resonant than they would have in a less charged moment. The show has been depicting scientific knowledge being dismissed, misapplied, misunderstood, and occasionally vindicated for 37 years. In 2026, all of those dynamics were visible simultaneously in public conversation about health and science. And the archive of Simpsons episodes depicting each of them was long enough to produce a different clip for almost every occasion. Section 6. The Space and Environment Predictions. Homer Simpson went to space in 1994. The episode was called Deep Space Homer, and we've already touched on its political dimensions. But the space content of the episode deserves its own extended treatment, because the space prediction category has expanded dramatically in the years since 2015, and especially in 2025 and 2026. When Deep Space Homer aired in February 1994, human spaceflight was still primarily a government enterprise. NASA was the dominant player. The shuttle program was operating. The idea of a private citizen going to space was science fiction, the kind of thing that appeared in movies and novels, but not in the pages of any realistic projection of near-future spaceflight. The episode's premise, that an ordinary person might go to space as a passenger rather than as a trained mission specialist, was treated as absurd by the other characters in the episode. It's a comedy about the gap between Homer's total unsuitability for spaceflight and the fact that he's going to space anyway. In 2021, the first all-civilian orbital spaceflight mission, operated by SpaceX, carried 4 private citizens to orbit for 3 days. None of them were professional astronauts. None of them had the training that spaceflight had previously required. They went to space because the technology had advanced enough and the commercial infrastructure had developed enough that private citizens could purchase seats on orbital missions. The episode was right about the destination, 27 years before the destination was reached. In 2026, commercial spaceflight has continued to develop. Multiple companies are operating or developing human spaceflight systems. The idea of private citizens in space, which was the central joke of that 1994 episode, is now a feature of the commercial aerospace market. The episode also features Buzz Aldrin as himself, appearing as a character within the show's universe. This is noteworthy in retrospect because of what it suggests about the relationship between The Simpsons and the actual space program. The show was engaging seriously enough with actual spaceflight and actual astronauts that a real Apollo astronaut chose to appear in the episode. Buzz Aldrin understood the episode as a comment on the direction of the space program. He participated because the comment resonated with him. An astronaut who had walked on the moon was willing to appear in a comedy episode about sending an incompetent safety inspector to space, because the episode was, underneath the comedy, making a real point about public interest in spaceflight and how institutions respond to declining public engagement. That's not prediction exactly. That's intelligent commentary that a real expert recognized as accurate. The environment predictions are where the show's track record is perhaps most consistent and most troubling. In Season 4, an episode called Marge vs. The Monorail, which aired in January 1993, Springfield receives a large sum of money and debates how to spend it on civic improvement. The environmental subplot of the episode involves the discovery that the town's infrastructure has been degrading because of the presence of the nuclear power plant. Environmental degradation as a community problem that is acknowledged and then not addressed, that is visible and then looked away from, that produces real consequences that the community collectively chooses not to connect to their source, has been a feature of The Simpsons since its earliest seasons. The show has been making this point since 1993. In 2026, The specific manifestations of environmental degradation that communities in the United States and globally are dealing with are different from the ones the show depicted. But the pattern of knowing about an environmental problem, acknowledging it publicly, and then not addressing it because the economic and political costs of addressing it are perceived as too high is structurally identical to what the show depicted. In Season 5, the episode Burns Verkaufen der Kraftwerk, which aired in December 1992, involves the nuclear power plant being temporarily purchased by German investors who immediately commission an environmental assessment. The assessment reveals that the plant's environmental impact is significantly worse than had been officially acknowledged. The Germans are horrified. Burns buys the plant back before the assessment results can produce any regulatory consequences. This is a description of regulatory capture. The idea that the entity being regulated has enough economic and political influence over the regulatory environment that meaningful enforcement of environmental standards becomes practically impossible. In 2026, the regulatory landscape around environmental protection was producing exactly this dynamic in multiple contexts. Industries with significant economic and political power were navigating regulatory requirements in ways that produced compliance on paper and limited change in practice. The show had depicted the mechanism in 1992 as comedy. The mechanism turned out to be real enough to persist for 3 decades. In Season 8, an episode called Mother Simpson, which we discussed in connection with Mona Simpson's backstory, contains a significant environmental subplot. Burns's biological weapons facility is depicted as a facility producing materials that are catastrophically dangerous to the environment and that have been operated with complete disregard for the communities exposed to them. The specific content is fictional and exaggerated, but the underlying phenomenon of industrial facilities operated with disregard for their environmental impact, often with the complicity of local officials and regulators whose economic interests are tied to the facility's continued operation, is real. In 2026, several significant legal and regulatory actions involving exactly this pattern were in various stages of resolution. Communities that had been living downstream, literally and figuratively, of industrial facilities that had been operating with inadequate environmental controls for decades were pursuing accountability through legal and regulatory channels. The show had depicted this situation in 1995, not in any specific case. In the general form that the specific cases all share, Season 14 contains an episode called The Strong Arms of the Ma, which is primarily about something else but contains a significant subplot about a community responding to the discovery that something in their environment is harming them. The community response the episode depicts, a combination of fear, denial, anger, and collective decision to protect the economic interests that are tied to the source of harm, even at the cost of continued harm, is a pattern that has been documented in real communities facing exactly this situation. In 2026, several communities in the United States were in exactly this position. They knew their environment was compromised. The source of the compromise was also the source of their economic stability. The community's response was a version of what the episode had depicted. The space and environment predictions share a structural feature. They're both domains where the long-term direction of change was visible to careful observers for decades before the most dramatic changes occurred. The commercial spaceflight revolution was visible as a possibility from the moment that SpaceX was founded in 2002. The environmental consequences of decades of industrial activity were visible to scientists from long before the specific communities experiencing those consequences began experiencing them publicly. The Simpsons writers, by following the directions these trends were pointing and depicting the destinations with enough fidelity that the destinations could be recognized when they arrived, created a body of work that keeps becoming more relevant, rather than less as time passes. In 2026, the space and environment sections of the archive are among the most actively discussed. The commercial spaceflight industry has continued to develop in ways that the show's 1,994 vision of space tourism anticipated, if not in the specific form the episode imagined. The environmental consequences of industrial activity have continued to manifest in ways that the show's consistent environmental subtext anticipated, if not always in the specific locations or through the specific mechanisms the show depicted. The predictions aren't perfect. They're not meant to be. They're the natural output of people who understood the direction of the world and chose to depict it in exaggerated form for comic effect. But in 2026, the world has moved far enough in those directions that the exaggeration has narrowed considerably. Let's talk about one more specific space prediction before moving on. In Season 25, an episode called Opposites A-Frac, which aired in November 2013, contains a subplot about a company using a new extraction technology to access previously inaccessible resources. The environmental and community consequences of the extraction are depicted in ways that map onto a real debate that was already happening when the episode aired, but has continued to develop significantly in the years since. The episode isn't predicting anything specific about resource extraction, but it's depicting the pattern of how new extraction technologies interact with communities, with regulatory frameworks, and with existing economic interests, in ways that have continued to play out with remarkable consistency. In 2026, the specific resources being discussed have shifted somewhat. The technologies have developed. But the pattern of a new extraction method generating economic enthusiasm while generating community concern about consequences that are difficult to assess in advance is structurally identical to what the episode depicted. The show was describing a type of situation. The type turned out to be durable. The specific iteration changes. The type persists. That's The Simpsons at its most useful. Not as a predictor of specific events, but as a describer of durable patterns that keep producing new specific events across different contexts. In 2026, the space and environment domains have provided some of the most striking new instances of those durable patterns. And the episodes that depicted those patterns across decades of the show's run have aged into something that functions less like comedy and more like a field guide to the present. Section 7. The Entertainment and Celebrity Predictions. In 1998, The Simpsons depicted a music concert being overwhelmed by demand and management chaos, producing consequences that harmed both the performers and the audience. The episode was a comedy about the music industry's relationship with scale, with the gap between what a large-scale entertainment event promises and what it can actually deliver. In 2023, Fyre Festival 2 became the most discussed entertainment prediction connection in recent years. And in 2024 and 2025, a series of major concert and entertainment event situations involving exactly the same dynamic, scale outstripping management capacity, promises outstripping delivery, economic incentives driving organizers to overcommit and underdeliver, produced a new wave of discussion about The Simpsons episodes that had depicted these patterns. In 2026, the entertainment industry continues to produce examples of the patterns the show has been describing for decades, and the celebrity prediction category has some of the show's most specific and most unsettling examples. Let's start with Siegfried and Roy. In Season 5, an episode called Dollar Pringfield, or How I Learned to Stop Worrying and Love Legalized Gambling, which aired in December 1993, contains a subplot involving two European magicians, one tall and commanding, the other shorter and more flamboyant, who perform with big cats as part of their act. During the episode, one of the tigers attacks one of the performers. The performers are clearly modeled on Siegfried and Roy, the Las Vegas magicians who were among the most famous entertainers in the world at the time. The episode is making fun of their act, their dynamic, and the general absurdity of a Las Vegas magic show built around live white tigers. In October 2003, Roy Horn of Siegfried and Roy was critically injured when one of the act's white tigers dragged him off stage by his neck during a performance at the Mirage Hotel in Las Vegas. He survived, but his injuries were severe enough to end the act permanently. The Simpsons had depicted a performer being attacked by a white tiger during a Las Vegas magic act 9 years before it actually happened. This is one of the predictions where the statistical coincidence explanation begins to strain. The show wasn't depicting a general pattern. It wasn't describing a type of situation that recurs across different contexts. It was depicting a specific type of performer in a specific type of venue with a specific type of animal and a specific type of outcome. And it happened. The show's writers have addressed this. They've acknowledged the prediction. They've expressed something between discomfort and bewilderment about how specific it was. And they've noted, correctly, that they weren't predicting anything. They were making fun of an act that everyone who watched it could see was potentially dangerous. White tigers are apex predators. Using them in close quarters Las Vegas performances creates obvious risks. The surprise isn't that the show depicted an attack. The surprise is how closely the actual attack matched the fictional one. Still, 9 years. Specific enough to name the performers implicitly, the venue implicitly, and the type of incident explicitly. In 2025 and 2026, this prediction has been discussed in connection with a different entertainment context, the increasing use of animals in commercial productions and performances, and the incidents that have resulted. The specific situations are different. The pattern of commercial entertainment using animals in ways that create risks that are visible in advance and are sometimes realized in practice is one the show has been depicting since the early 1990s. Let's talk about the celebrity prediction that was most discussed in 2026 specifically. In Season 6, an episode called Homie the Clown, which aired in February 1995, involves Homer being mistaken for Krusty the Clown and being pursued by mob figures who have a grievance against Krusty. The episode is primarily a comedy about celebrity resemblance and mistaken identity. But it contains a subplot about a famous entertainer who has accumulated debts and obligations to people who are willing to use threats and coercion to collect them. This is a description of a specific kind of situation that the entertainment industry has historically produced, in which entertainers with significant earning power but poor financial management become entangled with people who are willing to operate outside legal bounds to access that earning power. In 2026, several high-profile entertainment industry situations involved exactly this dynamic. The specific individuals, the specific debts, and the specific methods of coercion were all distinct from anything the episode depicted. But the structural situation, the famous person who has made financial commitments they cannot honor to people who have leverage over them, was identical. The show described the type in 1995. The type keeps producing new examples. Season 15, an episode called Bart Mangled Banner, which aired in May 2004, involves a patriotic controversy sparked by an inadvertent gesture that is misread by the public and amplified by media coverage into a major national controversy. In 2026, the entertainment industry provided multiple examples of exactly this pattern. A performer, athlete, or celebrity does something that is ambiguous or minor. The interpretation of the action by media and social media produces a controversy that dwarfs the actual significance of the action, and the person at the center of the controversy finds themselves navigating a public relations situation that bears no relationship to what they actually did. The show depicted this in 2004 as comedy. The pattern has recurred with enough consistency across the 2 decades since that it functions less as a satirical exaggeration and more as an accurate description of how celebrity controversies are produced by the current media. Environment. The Cypress Hill prediction is one of the most specific entertainment predictions in the show's history, and it materialized in 2024, so it was still being widely discussed in 2026. In Season 7, an episode called Homer Palooza, which aired in May 1996, involves Homer attending a large music festival. During the episode, Cypress Hill is depicted as accidentally booking the London Symphony Orchestra. The episode treats this as a misunderstanding produced by the chaos of festival logistics. In 2024, Cypress Hill performed with the London Symphony Orchestra at the Royal Albert Hall. This one is genuinely difficult to explain. The specific event in the episode, Cypress Hill and the London Symphony Orchestra performing together, is not a pattern. It is not a general type of situation. It is a specific collaboration between 2 specific musical acts that are not obviously natural collaborators. The joke works because the combination is absurd. The combination happened in real life 28 years after the episode. The writers have addressed this one too. They've expressed something like incredulity. They weren't predicting a future Cypress Hill and London Symphony Orchestra collaboration. They were making a joke about the absurdity of a hip-hop group appearing at a rock music festival alongside a classical orchestra. It was an escalation joke, a comedy technique that pushes a premise to an increasingly absurd conclusion. The conclusion materialized. In 2026, the entertainment prediction category was most actively discussed in connection with a series of episodes about the music industry's relationship with streaming technology, with algorithmic content delivery, and with the way music consumption has changed in the era of digital distribution. Season 18, Episode 11, an episode called Revenge is a Dish Best Served 3 Times, isn't primarily about the music industry. But Season 17, Episode 9, Simpsons Christmas Stories, contains a subplot about a musician struggling with the gap between their creative vision and the commercial requirements of the entertainment industry. Across dozens of episodes spanning 3 decades, the show has depicted the music industry's structural incentives, its relationship with artists, and the way those structural incentives consistently produce outcomes that favor the commercial over the creative, in ways that most musicians find frustrating and that most fans find disappointing. In 2026, the music industry was in a period of significant transition, driven by streaming economics, by the rise of AI-generated music, and by the continued evolution of the relationship between artists and the platforms that distribute their work. The specific context was new. The structural tensions the show had been depicting were not. The entertainment and celebrity predictions section of The Simpsons archive is perhaps the most openly discussed because entertainment and celebrity are domains where the show has always been most willing to be specific and most willing to name names. The Cypress Hill example, the Siegfried and Roy example, and a range of other specific entertainment predictions are being actively discussed in 2026 because the entertainment industry continues to produce new examples of patterns the show has described, and because the 2024 Cypress Hill collaboration specifically renewed attention on this category. Section 8. The Social and Cultural Predictions. The social predictions are where The Simpsons has arguably done its most important work, and where the 2026 examples are most numerous and most varied. Because social and cultural prediction isn't primarily about specific events. It's about the way people relate to each other, the way communities form and dissolve and reform, the way values shift and are resisted and shift anyway. It's about the texture of daily life as it changes over time, the small things that change more slowly than the big things, but that end up mattering as much or more to how people actually experience their lives. The Simpsons has been attending to those small things for 37 years, and in 2026, the accumulated texture of that attention is visible in the show's archive in ways that are harder to itemize than the specific political or technological predictions, but that feel, in their way, more accurate. Let's start with the social media prediction, because it's the one that's most widely discussed and because it establishes the framework for the rest of the section. In Season 14, an episode called Large Marge, which aired in September 2002, contains a subplot about a character becoming the subject of widespread public attention based on a viral image. The character didn't seek the attention. The attention arrived because of something that happened to be captured in a form that could be easily shared and that resonated with a large number of people. This is a description of going viral, of the specific experience of finding yourself at the center of a large amount of unwanted attention because of something that was captured and shared without your control. The episode aired in 2002. Facebook was founded in 2004, Twitter in 2006, Instagram in 2010. The specific social media infrastructure through which viral attention now operates didn't exist when the episode was written. But the experience the episode depicted, the disorientation, the loss of control over your own narrative, the way attention at that scale transforms your relationship with the people around you and with yourself, was described with enough accuracy that watching the episode now feels like watching a document. The show was anticipating an experience before the technology that would make that experience common existed. In Season 22, an episode called Angry Dad, the movie, which aired in January 2011, involves Bart creating an online animated series based on Homer that becomes an internet phenomenon. The episode depicts the dynamics of online content creation, audience response, and the relationship between creator and audience in the digital space with enough precision that watching it in 2026, after a decade and a half of YouTube culture, feels like watching something that was made to describe the present. The show was depicting content creator culture in 2011, before content creator culture was a dominant feature of the entertainment landscape. Season 23, an episode called Beware My Cheating Bart, which aired in April 2012, contains a subplot about a character who becomes addicted to a streaming video service in ways that interfere with their daily functioning. The episode treats this as comedy. The characters' inability to stop watching, the way the platform's design exploits their attention, the physical and social consequences of extended binge watching are all played for laughs. In 2026, the psychological and public health consequences of excessive screen time, of the specifically designed addictiveness of streaming and social media platforms, are taken seriously by researchers, regulators, and mental health professionals. The experience the episode depicted as comedy is now the subject of academic study, regulatory attention, and public health campaigns. The show was making jokes about streaming addiction a year before Netflix introduced House of Cards and transformed the streaming landscape. The jokes turned out to be public health observations. Let's talk about a social prediction that's less discussed but more interesting in some ways. In Season 9, an episode called The Cartridge Family, which aired in November 1997, involves Homer buying a handgun. The episode is widely discussed in the context of the show's treatment of gun culture in America. But within the episode, there's a specific depiction of a gun show, of the culture surrounding it, of the kinds of people who attend it and what they're looking for and what the social experience of that culture is like, that has aged into something that functions as social documentation. The show was depicting a specific American subculture in 1997 with enough specificity that watching the episode now feels like watching a cultural artifact from a particular moment in American social history. In 2026, the specific elements of that culture have shifted, as all cultures do. But the basic social dynamics, the relationship between gun ownership and identity, the community that forms around it, the way it intersects with other cultural and political affiliations, is described in the episode with enough texture that the episode remains recognizable as a description of something real. Season 26, an episode called Bart's New Friend, which aired in January 2015, contains a subplot about a community organizing to resist a development project. The episode depicts the specific dynamics of community opposition to local development, the coalition building, the appeal to shared identity and shared interest, the way outside forces with economic power navigate local resistance, with enough accuracy that it functions as a description of a recurring civic phenomenon. In 2026, community resistance to development projects has been a feature of the news in multiple cities, driven by a combination of housing supply pressures, economic inequality, and the specific way that communities use their social capital to resist changes that threaten their sense of place. The show had depicted the dynamic in 2015. The dynamic keeps producing new instances. In Season 18, an episode called 24 Minutes, which aired in May 2007, contains a subplot about information spreading through a school community through multiple simultaneous channels. With the speed and unpredictability that comes from having too many communication channels operating at once, this is a description of what information environments look like in the age of social media. The episode was depicting it in 2007, when social media was in its earliest days and this kind of information environment was just beginning to emerge. In 2026, the experience of navigating multiple simultaneous information channels, of trying to understand what is happening when that information is coming from too many directions at once, is universal. The show was describing a future experience in 2007, before the specific infrastructure that would make that experience universal had been fully built. Season 24, an episode called Homer Goes to Prep School, which aired in January 2013, involves Homer becoming involved with a survivalist community preparing for a societal collapse. The episode is a comedy about prepper culture, but the way it depicts the social and psychological dimensions of that culture, the specific combination of anxiety, community, and identity that draws people to it, is more nuanced than you'd expect from a broad satire. In the years following 2020, prepper culture experienced significant growth and mainstream attention. The specific events that drove it, a pandemic, supply chain disruptions, political instability, were different from the scenarios the show's fictional preppers were preparing for. But the social and psychological dimensions of the culture, the combination of genuine concern and community and identity that makes it appealing to its participants, were described accurately in the 2013 episode. The show was doing sociology in 2013. The sociology turned out to be accurate. Let's spend some time on the cultural prediction that has been most discussed in 2026 specifically. In season 29, an episode called Springfield Splendor, which aired in October 2017, involves Lisa creating a graphic novel based on her emotional experiences. The episode depicts the specific cultural moment in which personal narrative, memoir, and confession became dominant aesthetic modes, not just in literature but across art forms. The episode also depicts the community response to this kind of personal artistic expression, a combination of genuine connection, appropriation, and the way personal narrative art creates a specific relationship between creator and audience that is both more intimate and more precarious than other kinds of art. In 2026, the specific cultural forms that the episode was depicting have continued to develop. Personal narrative as an aesthetic mode has continued to expand. The relationship between personal artistic expression and community response has continued to produce both the connections and the complications the episode depicted. The show was describing a cultural direction in 2017. The direction has continued. Season 27, an episode called Bull E, which aired in May 2016, deals with social pressure and communal policing of behavior. The episode depicts a community that has developed a set of social enforcement mechanisms designed to prevent behavior that the community finds harmful, and the way those mechanisms, once in place, can be applied in ways that expand beyond their original purpose. In 2026, the debate about how communities establish and enforce social norms, about where the boundaries of acceptable communal enforcement lie, and about the specific dynamics produced when those boundaries are contested, is one of the most active and contentious areas of social and cultural debate. The show depicted the dynamic in 2016. The debate has intensified in the years since. The social predictions are perhaps the most underappreciated category in the Simpsons prediction canon, because they don't have the headline quality of the specific event predictions. You can't say, The Simpsons predicted this specific thing that happened in this specific year. What you can say is that the show has been describing the texture of American social life with enough accuracy that watching it now produces a consistent feeling of recognition. That recognition is the social prediction phenomenon. It's not prophecy. It's sustained, careful, intelligent observation of the way people actually live, preserved on film across 3.5 decades, becoming increasingly accurate as a description of the present rather than less accurate, because the things the show was observing have had time to develop into the fuller forms the show anticipated. In 2026, the Social Prediction Archive is perhaps the most extensive section of The Simpsons prediction catalog. Because social change moves more slowly than technological change or political change, the show's social observations have had the longest time to develop into fully realized reality. And they have. Section 9. The Food, Sports, and Everyday Life Predictions. The most overlooked category of Simpsons prediction is also, in many ways, the most persuasive, because anyone can argue about whether the show predicted a political event or a corporate merger. Those are high-stakes predictions where the incentive to find patterns is strong and the risk of confirmation bias is high. But the food predictions, the sports predictions, and the everyday life predictions, these are low-stakes domains where there's less motivation to cherry-pick and where the genuine signal stands out more clearly from the noise. Let's start with food. In Season 8, an episode called Homer versus the 18th Amendment, which aired in March 1997, involves prohibition being reinstated in Springfield. The episode is a comedy about alcohol regulation and black markets and the specific social dynamics of prohibition. But it also contains several depictions of food and eating culture that map onto subsequent real-world developments with interesting precision. The episode depicts alcohol being consumed in unexpected forms and contexts as a way of circumventing the prohibition. This is a description of a regulatory response that actually occurs when authorities restrict a desirable substance. People find creative ways to consume it that fall outside the literal scope of the restriction. In 2026, this dynamic is visible in the food and beverage industry in contexts that have nothing to do with alcohol. The specific regulatory landscapes have changed, but the pattern of consumers and producers finding creative ways to navigate restrictions has continued. Season 7, an episode called 22 Short Films About Springfield, contains a brief segment about a fast food experience that captures specific dimensions of fast food culture in the mid-1990s, with a precision that makes it function now as a historical document as much as a comedy. But the food prediction that gets most attention in connection with The Simpsons is the tobacco episode. In Season 11, an episode called EIEI, Annoyed Grunt, which aired in November 1999, Homer uses plutonium rods to irradiate tomato seeds in a field, producing a hybrid plant that grows tomatoes on the outside and tobacco on the inside. He calls it Tomacco. The episode is a comedy about genetically modified food, about corporate agriculture, and about the specific promises and disappointments of agricultural biotechnology. In 2003, a man named Rob Bohr created an actual tobacco plant by grafting tomato stems onto tobacco roots. The resulting plant produces tomato-like fruits that contain nicotine. It's not exactly the Homer version, which used radiation rather than grafting. But it is an actual tobacco, a real plant that is a hybrid of tomato and tobacco that was directly inspired by the episode. The prediction didn't just come true, it was inspired by the show. A viewer of the episode was motivated by seeing the fictional tobacco to try to create a real one. This is a different category of prediction, the prediction that helps create what it predicts. The show depicted something. A viewer took it as a challenge or an inspiration, and the thing depicted was produced. This category is more common than you might expect. In Season 9, an episode called The City of New York vs. Homer Simpson, which aired in September 1997, Homer has to visit New York and experiences a series of frustrations that are played as exaggerated comedy. One of the specific frustrations involves a parking situation where Homer returns to his car and finds that it has been fitted with a large mechanical boot that prevents him from moving it until he pays a series of fines. The specific comedy device of the boot is not a prediction. Wheel clamps had been used on illegally parked vehicles for decades before the episode. But the episode's depiction of the specific experience of navigating New York City's municipal bureaucracy, the specific texture of what it felt like to interact with the city's parking and fine systems, was accurate enough when it aired and has remained accurate enough through subsequent decades that it functions as a kind of tourist guide. In 2026, the specific mechanics of urban parking management have evolved significantly in many cities, with digital systems replacing many of the manual processes the episode depicted. But the fundamental experience of a city operating at a scale and pace that consistently produces encounters between individual citizens and systems that feel impersonal and overwhelming remains accurate. The sports predictions are another underappreciated category. In Season 3, an episode called Homer at the Bat, which aired in February 1992, the Springfield Nuclear Power Plant softball team is joined by a series of professional baseball players who are brought in to ensure a win in a championship game. The episode is one of the most celebrated in the show's history, featuring a remarkable number of actual Major League Baseball players voicing themselves. But the sports content of the episode includes several observations about professional sports culture that have aged well. The episode depicts the relationship between the professional players and the amateur team they've joined, the gap in skill and professional orientation, the way a high-stakes situation reveals character, and the specific way that athletic competition at any level produces both genuine nobility and genuine pettiness, often in the same person. These are observations about the human dimensions of sport rather than predictions about specific sporting events. But they're accurate enough that watching the episode in 2026, after 3 more decades of professional sports culture to compare it against, produces the same recognition response that the show's other predictions produce. In Season 22, an episode called Flaming Moe, which aired in November 2010, contains a subplot about the economics of a bar that becomes fashionable. The episode depicts with reasonable accuracy the specific dynamics of how a venue becomes trendy, how it attracts a particular clientele, how the clientele changes the venue's character, and how the original community around the venue responds to its transformation. This is a description of gentrification dynamics applied to a single bar rather than a neighborhood, but the structural dynamics are the same. In 2026, the specific form of these dynamics in urban environments across the country has produced exactly the pattern the episode depicted with original communities being displaced by new clienteles in ways that transform the character of places. Let's talk about the everyday life predictions that have been most noted in 2026. Season 20, an episode called Lisa the Drama Queen, which aired in January 2009, contains a subplot about two friends creating an elaborate shared fantasy world that increasingly replaces their engagement with actual reality. The episode was made before augmented reality and virtual reality technology existed in any form accessible to ordinary consumers. But the experience it depicted, of using a shared, imaginative world as a refuge from daily life in ways that both sustain and complicate the relationship between the people sharing it, is one that has become common in multiple digital contexts. In 2026, the question of how digital and virtual environments are used as refuges and how that use affects real-world relationships and real-world engagement is one of the most actively discussed topics in psychology, public health, and cultural commentary. The show depicted the experience in 2009. The technology that would make that experience common arrived in the years following. Season 17, an episode called The Last of the Red Hat Mamas, which aired in October 2005, involves Marge joining a social club and navigating the social dynamics of female friendship groups in middle age. The episode depicts the specific social structure of women's clubs and social groups with enough accuracy that, watching it in 2026, after the expansion of women's social and professional networking through digital platforms, produces the same dual response: recognition of something accurate about human social dynamics, and awareness that the specific form those dynamics take has changed significantly since the episode was made. The episode was describing something true about how social belonging works for women in middle age. That truth hasn't changed. The specific forms it takes have. In 2026, the everyday life prediction category is perhaps the most poignant section of the Simpsons archive. Because everyday life is where the prediction phenomenon is least dramatic and most human. Homer waiting in line, Marge navigating a social situation she didn't quite understand, Bart dealing with the specific experience of being young in a world that doesn't fully make space for who he is, Lisa trying to connect with people who aren't sure what to do with someone like her. These are human experiences. The specific forms they take change over time. The underlying experiences don't. And the show has been depicting the underlying experiences with enough precision for long enough that the archive functions as a kind of catalog of what it's like to be a person in the world. In 2026, that catalog feels both dated in its specifics and timeless in its essentials, which is, perhaps, the most that any record of human experience can aspire to. Section 10. The prediction still pending. Here's the thing about the Simpsons prediction phenomenon that doesn't get enough attention. Most of the predictions haven't come true yet. The ones that have come true get remembered, shared, cited, and discussed. The ones that haven't get forgotten, because the thing about a prediction that hasn't come true is that there's nothing to notice. No headline, no screenshot. No, wait, didn't the Simpsons predict this moment? But the show has been making predictions, observations, extrapolations, and satirical exaggerations about the future direction of the world for 37 years. And a significant portion of those observations point at things that haven't happened yet. Some of them probably never will. Some of them are clearly pure comedy with no real-world correlate intended or expected. Some of them are absurdist exaggeration that never pointed at anything real. But some of them are the kind of careful observations about the direction of the world that the show's history suggests we should take seriously. And in 2026, there are several pending predictions that are looking more plausible than they did when the episodes containing them first aired. Let's go through the ones that deserve the most attention. The first category is the political ones. The show has consistently depicted political scenarios that were satirical at the time of airing, and that have moved closer to literal reality with each passing election cycle. In Season 5, an episode called Deep Space Homer, the political subplot involves a government agency resorting to spectacle and entertainment as a substitute for substantive achievement because the substantive achievement is too difficult, too expensive, or too politically contested to pursue. This is a description of a dynamic that has been becoming more visible in democratic politics across multiple countries over the past decade. The replacement of substantive policy achievement with symbolic performance, the preference for gestures that generate media attention over policies that generate real change, is a pattern that has been noted by political commentators across the political spectrum. The show depicted this in 1994. The pattern has strengthened in the 32 years since, and in 2026, there are political contexts in which the prediction looks closer to completion than it has at any previous point. The specific form the completion would take isn't visible yet, but the direction is clear enough that the episode looks less like satire and more like a trajectory description. In Season 16, an episode called Fat Man and Little Boy, which aired in November 2004, contains a subplot about a small community essentially becoming economically dependent on a single employer in ways that compromise the community's ability to hold that employer accountable. The employer's economic power becomes a form of political power, and the community's need for the economic stability the employer provides becomes a tool the employer uses to prevent accountability. This is a prediction that has been partially fulfilled in multiple specific communities across the United States and globally. The dynamic itself is not new, but the scale at which it was operating in 2026, the degree to which specific communities were effectively owned by single employers or single industries in ways that made meaningful political accountability practically impossible, was more extreme than at most previous points in the show's history. The show described the mechanism in 2004. The mechanism has continued to produce new instances of the pattern at increasing scale. Then there are the technology predictions that are still pending. In Season 26, an episode called Blazed and Confused, which aired in November 2014, contains a subplot about a technology being used for a purpose that was not intended by its creators, with consequences that the creators didn't anticipate and are unable to manage once they become aware of them. This is a description of what technologists call unintended uses, the phenomenon of a technology being adopted for purposes that the people who built it never imagined. It's a pattern that has characterized the development of every major digital technology. Social media platforms that were designed for connection being used for coordination of harm, encryption tools that were designed for privacy being used for illegal commerce, recommendation algorithms that were designed to increase engagement producing political radicalization. In 2026, the most significant pending prediction in this category involves AI systems. The show has depicted autonomous decision-making systems making consequential choices in multiple episodes across its recent history. The specific scenarios are all fictional, all exaggerated. But the underlying concern, that systems designed to optimize for specific objectives will pursue those objectives in ways that produce consequences their designers didn't intend and can't fully control, is a concern that is increasingly central to serious AI safety research. The show's pending prediction in this domain isn't that something specific will happen. It's that the pattern of consequences from powerful autonomous systems will continue to produce significant events. And given the pace of AI development, the specificity of that prediction is likely to become clearer in the years immediately following 2026. Season 29, an episode called Left Behind, which aired in April 2018, contains a subplot about automation displacing workers in a specific industry and the affected workers attempting to navigate a labor market that has changed faster than they anticipated. The specific industry and the specific workers are fictional, but the dynamic of automation displacing specific categories of work faster than the workers in those categories can adapt is one that labor economists have been modeling with increasing precision throughout the 2020s. In 2026, the rate of automation-driven displacement has been sufficient to produce significant policy attention and public debate. The show's pending prediction in this domain is that the rate will continue to increase and that the social and political consequences will be significant enough to drive fundamental changes in how work and compensation are structured in the economies most affected. The prediction hasn't fully materialized yet, but the direction is visible. Let's talk about the social predictions still pending. In Season 25, an episode called Yellow Subterfuge, which aired in December 2013, contains a subplot about a community developing an increasingly elaborate set of social rituals around a shared cultural object. The comedy is about the rituals themselves, about how arbitrary they are and how seriously the community takes them. But the underlying observation, that human communities will organize significant social activity around whatever shared cultural objects are available, and that the social activity will eventually dwarf the cultural object in importance, is an accurate description of how fandom communities operate. The show was describing fandom dynamics in 2013. In 2026, fandom communities have become significant economic and social forces in ways that go well beyond what the episode depicted. The pending version of this prediction is that fandom communities will continue to develop in ways that make them increasingly consequential as political and economic actors, not just as social groups. This prediction is partially fulfilled and partially pending. The social dimension is visible. The political and economic dimensions are still developing. In Season 27, an episode called The Kids Are All Fight, which aired in May 2016, depicts a community dealing with the consequences of having given children extensive access to communication technology without adequate frameworks for managing that access. The episode focuses on the family level, on Homer and Marge dealing with what the technology has done to their kids. In 2026, the public health and policy conversation about children's access to communication technology and social media platforms is more active than at any previous point. The specific concerns being raised in 2026 about the mental health consequences of social media for adolescents, about attention and cognitive development, about the social consequences of digital isolation and digital social pressure are concerns the show was depicting in 2016, before the research base documenting those concerns had been fully developed. The prediction isn't fully realized yet, in the sense that the policy and cultural responses to these concerns are still forming in 2026. But the direction is clear, and the show's depiction of the underlying dynamics was accurate enough that watching the episode now produces the recognition response. The most consequential pending prediction in The Simpsons archive might be the simplest one. Across dozens of episodes, spanning the entire run of the show, The Simpsons has depicted a world in which the fundamental bargain of American working-class life, work hard, follow the rules, and achieve stability and security, is available to Homer Simpson, despite everything that is working against him. Homer has a house. He has a family. He has a job with healthcare and a pension. He has enough economic stability that the disasters that befall him are recoverable. He is poor by the standards of Mr. Burns and comfortable by the standards of his own reference group, and that comfort is available to him despite his incompetence, despite his cognitive limitations, despite the corruption of the system he works within. In 2026, the availability of that bargain to people in Homer's actual economic position has been declining for decades. The specific features of Homer's life, the single-income family with multiple children in a house with a yard in a town with a nuclear power plant providing stable employment, represents an economic position that has become increasingly inaccessible to the actual working class. The show has been depicting this as the baseline of a normal life, while the actual baseline of normal life has moved significantly. The pending prediction is about what happens when enough people notice the gap between the life the show depicts as ordinary and the life that is actually available to people in Homer's position. What happens when the show's baseline becomes aspirational rather than realistic? The Simpsons may have been depicting a version of the American working class that was already disappearing when the show began in 1989, and that has continued to disappear in the decades since. The prediction embedded in that depiction isn't about a specific event. It's about what happens to a society when the life it has told itself about as normal stops being available to the people it told that story to. In 2026, that prediction is still pending, but the conditions for its fulfillment are more fully in place than they have been at any previous point in the show's history. Section 11. How they keep doing it. The writing room secret. At some point in any serious examination of the Simpsons prediction phenomenon, you have to stop cataloging the predictions and start asking how they happen, not why in a mystical sense, but how, in a practical sense. What is the process by which the people writing this show keep arriving at observations about the future that turn out to be accurate? The simple answer is that it's a very good writing room. But that answer, while true, isn't complete. Because there are a lot of very good writing rooms on television. There have been a lot of very good writing rooms for the entire duration of The Simpsons run. And none of those writing rooms have produced a prediction track record that compares to Springfield's. So, what's different about The Simpsons writing room? Let's start with the educational background, because it's genuinely unusual. Al Jean, who has been the showrunner for most of the show's run, studied mathematics at Harvard. He graduated in 1981. His mathematical training gives him a particular relationship to problems of pattern recognition and to the logical extension of trends. He thinks in terms of trajectories. He asks what happens if you follow this line to its conclusion, and his mathematical training makes him better than most at actually following the line. Mike Rice, one of the show's original writers and showrunners, was also a Harvard mathematics student. The writer's room in the early seasons contained multiple people with backgrounds in mathematics, computer science, and the hard sciences. This matters because the hard sciences, and particularly mathematics, train a specific kind of thinking that is directly relevant to prediction. The ability to identify a pattern, to formalize it, to follow it to its implications without being distracted by surface features that obscure the underlying structure. The ability to say, this is what is happening, and if this continues at this rate, this is where it leads. Mathematical thinking applied to social observation is essentially what the prediction phenomenon is. And the early Simpsons writing room was full of people who had been trained to do exactly that kind of thinking. David X. Cohen, who was a writer on The Simpsons before creating Futurama, has a PhD in computer science from Berkeley and a bachelor's in physics from Harvard. His background in computer science and physics gives him a relationship to emergent systems and to the behavior of complex systems under different conditions that is directly relevant to the show's technology and science. Predictions. When Cohen, or someone with similar training, writes a joke about AI, or about automation, or about the behavior of complex technological systems, the joke is built on genuine understanding of how those systems work. The comic exaggeration is applied to something real, not to something imagined. This is why the technology predictions tend to be more accurate in their direction even when they're wrong about specific form. The writers understand the underlying dynamics well enough that they can predict where the dynamics lead even when they can't predict the specific way the destination will look when you arrive there. But education alone doesn't explain it. There are plenty of well-educated writers who have never been within a mile of a Simpsons-level prediction track record. The second factor is something harder to name, but it's visible in the show's history if you know where to look. The best writers on The Simpsons have consistently been people who were deeply skeptical of official narratives, who assumed as a starting point that the world as officially described by institutions, governments, corporations, and mainstream media was incomplete and frequently misleading, who looked for the real explanation for why things were the way they were, rather than accepting the explanation that was most convenient for the people who had an interest in promoting a particular account. This skepticism, applied systematically over 3.5 decades, is a powerful tool for prediction, because the official narrative tends to lag behind reality. The explanation that institutions provide for why things are the way they are tends to be constructed to serve institutional interests, which means it tends to obscure the actual forces that are producing the outcomes being explained. The writer who assumes the official explanation is incomplete and asks what the real explanation is, consistently, across domains and decades, will arrive at observations about the world that the official narrative hasn't acknowledged yet. And when reality eventually forces the acknowledgement, the writer's observations will look like predictions. The Simpsons has been doing this since its first season. Burns is the villain not because the show wants to make a cartoon villain, but because the show takes seriously the idea that concentrated economic power, operating without accountability, produces specific kinds of harm. The writers assume this is true, apply it to their fictional universe, and the application produces observations about real-world power structures that keep turning out to be accurate. The third factor is time. The Simpsons has been on the air for 37 years. 37 years is long enough for the world to change significantly in multiple directions, for trends to develop from early indications to full realization, for patterns that were visible only to careful observers in 1993 to become headline news in 2026. The predictions don't look like predictions when they're made. They look like jokes, like satire, like comic exaggeration. The prediction quality only becomes visible in retrospect, when the reality arrives that matches the joke. If the show had been on the air for 5 years, there would be very few predictions. Not because the writers were less sharp in the early seasons, but because 5 years isn't enough time for most predictions to materialize. The world moves more slowly than satire, usually. The show has been running long enough for the world to catch up to a significant portion of what it was describing, and the archive keeps growing. Each new episode adds new observations to the record. And the longer the archive gets, the more surface area there is for reality to intersect with. The fourth factor is the show's specific approach to how it researches and generates content. The Simpsons has always employed consultants and experts for episodes that touch on specific technical or professional domains. Medical episodes have been reviewed by doctors, legal episodes have been reviewed by lawyers. Political episodes have been informed by people with genuine political expertise. This means that when the show depicts a medical procedure, a legal mechanism, a political dynamic, or a technological system, the depiction is grounded in actual expert knowledge. The comedy is applied to something real. And when the comedy is applied to something real, it tends to describe the real thing accurately even when it's exaggerating it for comic effect. The fifth factor is something that the show's writers themselves rarely discuss, possibly because it's uncomfortable to acknowledge. And that is that the show has been consistently willing to depict things that make the people around the show uncomfortable. The joke that Burns's biological weapons facility is located in Springfield is uncomfortable for 20th Century Fox, which produced the show. The joke that Homer's continued employment is essentially a conspiracy between a corrupt billionaire and a grandfather who made a deal with the devil is uncomfortable for anyone invested in the idea that employment relationships are meritocratic. The joke that the entire town's cognitive function has been compromised by environmental contamination from the power plant is uncomfortable in ways that extend well beyond the fictional universe. These are uncomfortable observations, and the show has been willing to make them, consistently, for 37 years. That willingness is part of what makes the observations accurate. The comfortable observation, the one that nobody objects to, tends to be the one that aligns with the official narrative. The uncomfortable one is more likely to be the one that gets at the actual mechanism. The writers have been making uncomfortable observations for 37 years. Some of those observations have taken decades to be acknowledged by the mainstream. When acknowledgement arrives, the observation looks like prediction. There's also a structural factor that's worth naming explicitly. The Simpsons has been writing about the same fictional town, with the same institutional structure, for 37 years. The Springfield Nuclear Power Plant, the Springfield Police Department, Springfield Elementary, the Mayor's Office, Moe's Tavern, the Springfield Republican Party, the Springfield media landscape, all of these have been depicted hundreds of times over decades. This consistency means that the show has built up an extraordinarily detailed model of how these institutions work, how they fail, how the people within them behave under different kinds of pressure, how the relationships between them produce the outcomes that Springfield residents experience. This institutional model is more detailed and more tested against reality than almost any comparable model in fiction. And because it's been built up over such a long period, with such consistency, the predictions it generates are more likely to be right than predictions generated by a model that's been in use for a shorter time. The writing room has been running the Springfield simulation for 37 years. The simulation has been validated against reality repeatedly over that period. The validated parts of the simulation are now producing predictions that are more reliable because they're coming from a model that has been tested and refined across decades. That's not magic. That's scientific methodology applied to satirical fiction, which might be the most interesting thing about the Simpsons prediction phenomenon. The show is doing something that looks like prophecy but is actually more like applied social science. The writers have built a model of how American society works, tested it against reality for 3.5 decades, refined it based on what they got right and what they got wrong, and they're now generating predictions from a model that is more accurate than it was when it started because it has been running for so long. The predictions keep landing because the model keeps being right. And the model keeps being right because the people running it are smart, well-educated, institutionally skeptical, willing to be uncomfortable, and have been doing this for longer than most models of anything have been running. There's one more factor worth naming, and it's the most human one. The people who write The Simpsons love the show. They love Springfield. They love the characters. They have been thinking about these fictional people and this fictional town with genuine care and genuine investment for decades. And caring about something, thinking about it deeply and consistently over a long period, produces understanding. The writers understand Springfield and its residents the way someone who has lived somewhere for 30 years understands their community. Not because they've studied it from outside, but because they've been inside it imaginatively for so long that its patterns have become second nature. When you know something that well, the things that are wrong with it become obvious. The gaps between what it claims to be and what it actually is become visible. The pressures that are building beneath the surface become palpable. The writers know what's wrong with Springfield because they've been living there, in their minds, for 37 years. And Springfield is America. So they know what's wrong with America. Not all of it, not always. And they're wrong about a lot of things, as any model of something as complex as American society will inevitably be. But right enough, and consistent enough, and for long enough, that in 2026, the predictions keep arriving, and the archive keeps expanding, and the recognition keeps coming. Section 12. The Closing Springfield as a Mirror. Let's end where we started. A television show that has been running since 1989. A yellow family from a town that doesn't appear on any map. 800 episodes, 37 seasons, 3.5 decades of Sunday nights. And in 2026, more of what that show described has come true than in any previous year of its run. Why 2026? Part of the answer is simple accumulation. Every year that passes adds more surface area for the predictions to land on. Every year adds more episodes to the archive and more time for reality to develop in the directions the archive describes. 2026 is further from 1,989 than any previous year has been. More time means more predictions with enough elapsed time to be evaluated. But there's something else happening in 2026 that goes beyond simple accumulation. The forces that The Simpsons has been describing for 37 years, the concentration of wealth, the degradation of public institutions, the erosion of cognitive trust in shared reality, the gap between official narratives and actual mechanisms, the way communities protect themselves from uncomfortable truth by agreeing not to see it, all of these have been developing with a particular intensity in the years leading up to 2026. And when forces that a show has been describing for decades intensify simultaneously, the show's archive starts functioning differently. It stops being a catalog of individual predictions and starts being a diagnosis, a comprehensive description of the conditions that produced a particular moment. That's what the Simpsons prediction phenomenon feels like in 2026. Not a list of things the show got right. A description of the world we're in, delivered across 37 years of Sunday nights, becoming more legible, rather than less, as the specific details accumulate. Let's talk about what that means. The Simpsons was created by people who believed that American society was producing certain outcomes that most of its official storytellers weren't acknowledging. They believed that concentrated economic power was producing real harm to real people. They believed that public institutions were being corrupted by the economic interests that nominally depended on them. They believed that the cognitive and psychological environment created by American consumer capitalism was producing specific kinds of damage to the people living inside it. They put these beliefs into a comedy about a yellow family from a town that doesn't appear on any map. They put them into jokes, into visual gags, into subplot structures that resolved in 3 minutes and left no trace. They put them into background details that required pause and rewind to notice. And they ran that comedy for 37 years. The predictions aren't the point. The predictions are a byproduct of the point. The point is the diagnosis. The observation that the world is working in specific ways that are causing specific kinds of harm to specific kinds of people, and that the mechanisms producing the harm are durable enough and consistent enough to keep producing the same outcomes in new forms across decades. The predictions land because the diagnosis is correct. When you correctly identify the mechanism, you can follow it to its outcomes. When you follow a mechanism to its outcomes, the outcomes you describe have a tendency to arrive. The mechanism keeps running. The outcomes keep appearing. And the person who correctly identified the mechanism looks, with the passage of time, like a prophet. But the mechanism was always the thing. The diagnosis was always the thing. The comedy was always the vehicle for the diagnosis. And the predictions were always just the evidence that the diagnosis was right. In 2026, the evidence has accumulated to the point where the diagnosis is hard to dispute. Springfield is America. Not in a simple metaphorical sense, where everything in Springfield stands for something in America, and you can do a one-to-one translation between the fictional and the real. It's more complicated than that, and more interesting. Springfield is America in the sense that it describes the same mechanisms, the same structures, the same incentives, the same patterns of behavior, the same gaps between official narrative and actual reality that characterize American society. The specific forms are different. The mechanisms are the same. And when you have an accurate model of the mechanisms, you have an accurate model of the outcomes. The predictions are accurate because the model is accurate. The model is accurate because the writers understood the mechanisms. The writers understood the mechanisms because they paid close attention, because they were skeptical of official narratives, because they were willing to be uncomfortable, and because they've been doing this for 37 years. That's the complete answer to the prediction question. Not magic, not time travel, not conspiracy. A very good model, built and refined over a very long time by very smart people who cared enough about what they were describing to keep doing it well for decades. And in 2026, that model has been running long enough and has been validated by enough real-world outcomes that its current predictions deserve to be taken seriously. Because the pending predictions, the ones that haven't materialized yet, are coming from the same model that produced the predictions that already have materialized. The model has been tested. The model has performed. The model is still running. What does the model say about where we're going? It says that concentrated economic power without accountability produces specific kinds of harm, and that the harm tends to accelerate rather than self-correct unless something external disrupts the mechanism. It says that communities protect themselves from uncomfortable truth by agreeing not to see it, and that this protection has costs that accumulate over time. It says that the institutions designed to protect people from the worst consequences of concentrated power tend to be captured by the power they're supposed to constrain, and that the capture is most effective when it's most subtle. It says that the people closest to the harm are often the least able to name it, because the harm itself has compromised their capacity to recognize it. And it says, more quietly, underneath all the comedy, that the thing that survives all of this, the thing that persists through the catastrophes and the resets and the collective amnesia and the institutional failure, is family. The specific, particular, irreplaceable people who know you and love you regardless of what the system has done to both of you. Homer and Marge, Bart and Lisa, Maggie in her pacifier, watching everything and saying nothing and knowing more than anyone. The family on the couch at the end of each episode, together, intact, having survived another week in a town that is trying to kill them by inches and hasn't managed it yet. That's the prediction that has come true more reliably than any other across 37 years of episodes. Whatever else the world does, whatever the mechanisms produce, whatever the official narrative says and whatever the actual reality is, the family endures. In 2026, that prediction feels both comforting and precarious in equal measure. Comforting because the family has endured. Precarious because the forces working against it have never been more visible. The Simpsons has been telling us about those forces for 37 years. In 2026, the telling feels more urgent than it ever has. Not because the show has changed, because the world it's been describing has arrived. We have been watching a show about the present for 37 years and calling it a show about a cartoon family from a fictional town. We've been comfortable with that framing because the cartoon family is funny and the fictional town is safe, and the distance between Springfield and where we actually live has felt reassuring. But the distance has been closing. Year by year, episode by episode, prediction by prediction, the gap between Springfield and here has narrowed. In 2026, it's narrower than it's ever been, and the show is still running. Every Sunday night, the family gathers on the couch. Every Sunday night, the theme plays and the credits roll and Homer slides the car into the garage and everyone sits down together. Every Sunday night, Springfield resets and the Simpsons begin again. The loop holds, but the loop is holding in a world that looks more like Springfield with each passing year. And if you've been paying attention to what Springfield actually is, underneath the jokes and the yellow skin and the four fingers and the does, if you've been listening to what the show has been saying for 37 years, then you know what that means. It means the loop is holding because we haven't stopped pressing pause yet. It means the family is still together because we haven't let them age yet. It means the predictions keep landing because the mechanism keeps running. And the mechanism will keep running until something stops it. The Simpsons will tell us what that something is when it arrives. They've always told us what was coming. They've been telling us for 37 years. We've just been watching it as comedy, Springfield will still be there when you wake up. It always is, that's the whole point. Thank you for spending this time in Springfield. If you're still awake, or if you drifted off and came back, or if you've been half listening while the night passed around you, it's good to have you here. The show has been running for 37 years, and there's still more to talk about. Drop a comment with the last prediction that surprised you, or the one you think is still coming. Subscribe if you want to be here when we go back to Springfield. We'll be going back soon. Good night. End of script. Total estimated length to 50,000 plus words. Section 2B. The political predictions continued corruption, media, and the public mind. We left off in the first political section with an overview of the structural political dynamics that the show has been describing accurately for decades. But there's a specific cluster of political predictions from 2025 and 2026 that deserve their own extended treatment, because they involve something more specific than structural dynamics. They involve the specific relationship between media, information, and political reality. The Simpsons has been depicting this relationship since the show began. And the depictions have aged into something that feels less like satire and more like historical documentation. Let's start with Kent Brockman. Kent Brockman is Springfield's television news anchor. He has been a recurring character since the show's earliest seasons, and he represents a very specific and very accurate critique of television news culture. The critique is not that Kent Brockman is stupid. It's that he's a performer. That the relationship between news events and how those events are presented on television is mediated by a layer of performance, of entertainment calculation, of audience consideration, that has nothing to do with the accuracy of the reporting and everything to do with how the reporting makes viewers feel. This critique was pointed in 1990, when television news was the dominant information medium in American life. It's accurate in 2026, when the dynamics it describes have migrated to digital platforms while becoming more extreme in their effects. The specific episode that has been cited most frequently in discussions of Simpsons media predictions in recent years is Season 5's Springfield Files, which aired in January 1997 and which we've discussed in other contexts. But its media content is worth examining separately. The episode depicts the Springfield media treating an unconfirmed claim about an extraordinary event as confirmed news because the confirmed claim would be less interesting to their audience than the unconfirmed one. The media's incentive is not accuracy, it's engagement, and the extraordinary but unconfirmed claim is more engaging than the mundane but confirmed truth. In 2026, the relationship between media incentives and factual accuracy was one of the most discussed topics in media criticism, policy, and public discourse. The specific platforms have changed. The incentive structure the episode depicted has intensified. The show was describing this incentive structure in 1997. In 2026, the consequences of that incentive structure are more visible and more consequential than at any point since the episode aired. Season 9's The Trouble with Trillions, which aired in April 1999, involves a federal investigation that is being used, in part, for purposes that have more to do with political expediency than with legitimate law enforcement. The episode is a comedy, but its treatment of the relationship between law enforcement authority and political motivation is accurate enough to produce recognition in 2026. In 2026, debates about the relationship between law enforcement action and political motivation, about whether specific investigations or prosecutions were driven by legitimate legal reasoning or by political calculation, were among the most contentious political topics in multiple countries. The show depicted the basic dynamic in 1999. The dynamic has continued to produce new and contentious examples. Season 14's Mr. Spritz Goes to Washington, which we mentioned briefly in an earlier section, contains a sequence about political advertising that deserves extended attention. The episode depicts the specific mechanics of negative political advertising, the way that political campaigns identify the most emotionally activating characterization of an opponent and build campaign communication around that characterization rather than around substantive policy contrast. This is a description of how political advertising actually works. Not in the specific techniques, which have evolved significantly with digital targeting capabilities, but in the underlying logic. Find the frame that activates the emotional response you want. Repeat it. Everything else is implementation detail. In 2026, political advertising, including digital political advertising with its sophisticated targeting capabilities, was operating on exactly this logic. The specific techniques were more advanced than anything available in 2003 when the episode aired. The underlying mechanism was identical. Season 23's Exit Through the Quick E-Mart, which aired in March 2012, involves a character creating street art that becomes a cultural phenomenon. The episode is a parody of Banksy and of the specific cultural dynamics around street art and anonymous artistic creation. But it also depicts the way that disruptive art is eventually incorporated into the commercial and institutional structures it was originally critiquing. In 2026, this dynamic, the commodification of critique, was visible in multiple cultural and political contexts. The specific forms ranged from the marketing of progressive political aesthetics to the incorporation of disruptive cultural voices into mainstream media. The show depicted the mechanism in 2012. The mechanism has continued to operate. Season 28's There Will Be Buds, which aired November 2016, and Season 29's Gone Boy, which aired December 2017, both contain content about missing or displaced people and the community dynamics that form around those situations. The 2026 political landscape included several high-profile situations involving people who had gone missing or been displaced from their communities under contested circumstances, and the community dynamics the show depicted, including the combination of genuine concern, political exploitation, and media sensationalism, were recognizable. The show was depicting these dynamics accurately in 2016 and 2017. They remain accurate descriptions of how communities and media respond to these situations in 2026. Season 31's Livin' La Pura Vida, which aired in November 2019, involves the Simpson family traveling to a foreign country and experiencing the specific disorientation of encountering a different political and social system. The episode's treatment of this experience, of the way that encountering a different system forces reassessment of assumptions that had previously been invisible, is relevant to political self-understanding in 2026. In 2026, comparative political analysis, the practice of examining what other countries do and using that comparison as a basis for evaluating your own country's choices, was a more significant feature of political discourse than at most previous points. The experience the episode depicted of encountering difference and having to decide what to do with it is one that political culture has been processing with increasing intensity. The political predictions section is extensive because politics is the domain where the show has always been most direct about what it's describing. The comedy is cover for observation, and the observation is often more pointed than the comedy suggests. In 2026, the pointed observations have had enough time to develop into the things they were pointing at. The accumulation of 37 years of political observation, all consistently directed, all coming from the same structural understanding of how power works and how it is sustained and how it is occasionally, improbably, successfully challenged, has produced an archive that functions as a guide to the present political moment, not a guide that tells you what will happen, a guide that tells you what the forces are, where they've been pointing, and what they've produced in the past when they've pointed there. Section 3B, Technology Continued, the Internet, Social Platforms, and the Attention Economy. The technology section we covered earlier focused on specific devices and specific AI applications, but there's a second layer of technology prediction in the Simpsons archive that deserves extended treatment. The predictions about the Internet, about social platforms, and about the specific ways that the attention economy has changed the relationship between information, identity, and community. These predictions are concentrated in the seasons from roughly season 17 through season 32, corresponding roughly to the years 2006 through 2021, the period during which social media moved from a novelty to an infrastructure. Season 17's My Fair Laddie, which aired in February 2006, contains a subplot about a character being transformed through the adoption of new behaviors and new presentation strategies, with the transformation eventually becoming indistinguishable from the original identity that was being suppressed in order to achieve it. This is a description of what social media does to identity formation. The specific process the episode depicts, adopting behaviors and presentations that are effective in a particular social context until those adopted behaviors become internalized is a recognizable description of how social media personality development works. In 2026, the research on how social media platforms affect identity formation, particularly in adolescence, has become extensive. The specific mechanisms the research has documented are consistent with what the episode depicted in 2006, though the episode was describing something more general than social media specifically. Season 19's Eternal Moonshine of the Simpson Mind, which aired in December 2007, involves Homer attempting to reconstruct a memory that he can't directly access. The episode plays with the specific way that memory works, how it's not a recording but a reconstruction, how the reconstruction is influenced by emotion and context, and subsequent experience in ways that make the reconstructed memory unreliable. In 2026, the research on memory and the specific ways that social media documents and reshapes personal memory has become significant. The relationship between the photographic records that people accumulate on social platforms and their actual memories of the experiences those photographs document has been studied with increasing precision. The show was depicting the malleability of memory in 2007. The research on how digital documentation affects memory reconstruction arrived in the years following. Season 21's Coming to Homerica, which aired May 2009, and which we've discussed in other contexts, contains a specific subplot about information spreading through a community through social networks in ways that produce a community response that is disproportionate to the triggering event. This is a description of how viral information, or misinformation, spreads through social networks and produces collective responses. The episode aired before the specific social media platforms that now dominate this dynamic had achieved their current scale. But the mechanism it depicted has been validated repeatedly across the subsequent decade and a half. In 2026, the relationship between information spread through social networks and collective behavior is one of the most studied and most debated topics in social science. The show was depicting the mechanism in 2009. The research confirming and elaborating the mechanism arrived in the years following. Season 22's Flaming Mo, which aired November 2010, involves a venue becoming fashionable through social sharing and the specific dynamics that produce rapid change in a place's social character once it's been widely shared online. This is a description of how social media attention reshapes physical spaces, how a restaurant, a neighborhood, a park, or any other physical location can be transformed by the specific kind of attention that social media delivers, which is high volume and concentrated and self-reinforcing, and eventually destructive of the qualities that made the place attractive in the first place. In 2026, this dynamic, sometimes called the Instagram effect on physical spaces, has been documented across dozens of physical locations that were transformed by social media attention in ways their existing communities found disruptive. The show depicted the mechanism in 2010. The specific well-known examples arrived in the years following. Season 23's The Spy Who Learned Me, which aired May 2012, involves Homer developing a fantasy about a confident, capable version of himself that he uses as a model for behavior change. The episode depicts the specific psychology of self-improvement culture, of the relationship between idealized self-image and actual behavior change, in ways that are more nuanced than the typical comedy treatment of this theme. In 2026, the self-improvement content category, which now encompasses a significant portion of social media content, has been the subject of significant research attention. The specific ways that aspirational self-image content functions, both as genuine motivation and as a mechanism for producing inadequacy and anxiety, have been documented with increasing precision. The show depicted the mechanism in 2012. The research on it arrived significantly later. Season 25's Labor Pains, which aired November 2013, involves a labor action and the specific way that digital organizing tools change the dynamics of that action. The episode depicts workers using digital communication tools to coordinate in ways that wouldn't have been possible before those tools existed, and the specific ways that management responds to this kind of organizing. In 2026, digital labor organizing has become a significant feature of the labor landscape. The specific tools and platforms have evolved. The dynamic the episode depicted, of digital tools enabling forms of worker coordination that weren't previously possible, and of management developing responses to those new forms of coordination, is accurate. Season 26's The Princess Guide, which aired February 2015, involves a character dealing with the specific experience of representing themselves in a formal context in ways that require navigating between authenticity and presentation. This is a description of the specific experience of digital self-presentation, of the gap between who you are and who you present yourself as being online. In 2026, this gap and its psychological consequences have been studied extensively. The experience the episode was depicting in 2015 has become one of the defining experiences of contemporary digital life. The technology predictions from this second layer, the ones about how the internet and social platforms affect identity, community, information, and collective behavior, are perhaps the section of the archive that has developed most consistently and most significantly in the years since the relevant episodes aired. Because the changes they were depicting were not about specific devices or specific capabilities. They were about the social and psychological effects of an always-on, always connected, always potentially observed information environment. And those effects have continued to develop with increasing intensity in the years since the episodes depicting them first appeared. In 2026, the research on these effects, on what sustained exposure to social media does to cognition, to identity, to relationships, to political behavior, to mental health, is more extensive and more alarming than at any previous point. The show was depicting the mechanisms in the middle years of the social media era. The full consequences have continued to develop since. Section 4B. Economic predictions, continued inequality, gig economy, and housing. The economic predictions we covered in Section 4 focused on corporate consolidation and labor dynamics. But there are two additional economic predictions that deserve extended treatment because they've become particularly significant in 2026. The first is housing. The Simpsons family lives in a house. This seems obvious, almost beneath mention, but the house is one of the show's most consistent and most specific economic claims. Homer and Marge own their home. It's a 3-bedroom house in a decent neighborhood in Springfield. They've owned it for the entire run of the show. They've had it taken away and gotten it back. They've almost lost it and been saved by improbable circumstances, but they own it. In 1989, when the show began, the idea that a worker earning Homer's salary at a job Homer's level of competence qualifies him for could own a 3-bedroom house in a decent neighborhood was recognizable as realistic rather than aspirational. It was difficult but achievable for the specific economic demographic Homer represents. In 2026, it isn't. The housing prediction embedded in the show is not about a specific event or a specific policy. It's about the baseline. The show has been depicting home ownership in a decent neighborhood as the economic baseline for the American working class for 37 years. And for 37 years, that baseline has been eroding. In 2026, the housing affordability crisis in the United States and in comparable countries has reached a point where the life the show depicts, as Homer's ordinary background, is understood by most young people as aspirational rather than ordinary. The house, the stability, the neighborhood, these things are goals rather than givens for the people whose economic position most closely resembles Homer's. The show has been depicting a baseline that was disappearing while it was depicting it. The pending prediction embedded in this is about what happens when the disappearance becomes undeniable enough to drive political and social response. In 2026, that response is forming. The second extended economic prediction that deserves attention here is about the gig economy. Season 29's Treehouse of Horror XXV Eat, which aired in October 2017, contains a segment about a character performing labor that is managed through a platform with no direct employment relationship, no benefits, and no security. The platform takes a significant cut of the revenue. The worker is classified as an independent contractor to avoid the legal obligations that come with employment. This is a description of gig economy employment, of the specific economic relationship that platforms like Uber, Lyft, DoorDash, and dozens of others have with the people who perform labor through them. In 2026, the legal and economic status of gig workers is a significant policy topic in multiple jurisdictions. The specific legal determinations about whether gig workers are employees or contractors, and what rights and obligations follow from that determination, have been contested in courts and legislatures across the country. The show depicted the basic economic relationship in 2017. The legal and policy debate about it has intensified in the years since. Season 31's Bart the Bad Guy, which aired in March 2020, involves Bart gaining power over others through the possession of information that others want to control. The episode depicts a specific power dynamic, the leverage that comes from possessing information that someone else wants suppressed, and the specific ways that power is deployed and responded to. In 2026, the specific form of information power the episode depicted has become more relevant in multiple contexts. The ability to possess and potentially disclose information that powerful people want suppressed is more consequential, and the power dynamics around that ability are more complex than at most previous points in American life. The show depicted the basic mechanism in 2020. The specific applications of the mechanism in 2026 are varied and significant. Season 33's Pixelated and Afraid, which aired in January 2022, involves Homer and Marge becoming lost in a wilderness setting and using digital tools to navigate. The episode depicts the specific experience of people who have become so dependent on digital navigation tools that their capacity to navigate without them has atrophied. In 2026, this dependency and its specific consequences when digital tools fail or become unavailable has been documented. The specific capability loss that comes from extended dependence on GPS navigation has been studied. The show depicted the experience in 2022. The research confirmed it in the years following. The economic predictions section of the archive is perhaps the most practically significant for people trying to understand the world of 2026. Because the economic dynamics the show has been describing are the ones that most directly affect how people actually live, what is available to them, what is inaccessible to them, and what the gap between those two things produces in terms of political energy and social behavior. In 2026, the economic predictions have come true enough and developed with enough force that the political and social responses they're producing are becoming visible in ways that make the next set of predictions about what those responses will look like and what they will produce more urgent than at any previous point. Section 5B. Health and Science Continued. Mental health, addiction, and the environment of attention. The health predictions we examined in Section 5 focused on physical health, on the pandemic, on specific medical conditions and procedures. But there's a second layer of health prediction in the Simpsons archive that is equally significant. The predictions about mental health, about addiction, and about the specific psychological effects of the environments that modern American life creates. These predictions are concentrated across the show's entire run, but they've become most relevant in the past decade as research on mental health, on the psychological effects of specific technologies and economic conditions, has developed to the point where the show's depictions can be evaluated against documented evidence rather than just against general impression. Season 3's Stark Raving Dad, which aired in September 1991, involves Homer being committed to a mental health facility and the specific experience of how mental illness is treated, diagnosed, and managed by institutional systems that are not designed primarily for the benefit of the people being treated. The episode's treatment of psychiatric institutionalization, while comedic and exaggerated, contains observations about the incentive structures of institutional mental health treatment that have been confirmed by subsequent research and by the experiences of people who have been through those systems. In 2026, the mental health system in the United States is under more scrutiny than at any previous point, for reasons that include both increased recognition of mental health needs and documented failures of existing systems to meet those needs. The show's observations about institutional mental health treatment from 1991 remain accurate enough to be relevant to the current conversation. Season 8's Homer the Mo, which aired in November 1996, is not primarily about mental health, but it contains observations about the relationship between alcohol and social functioning, about the way that alcohol use is embedded in social structures and social identities in ways that make changing that use threatening to the identities and relationships that are organized around it. In 2026, the research on alcohol use disorder and on the specific social and psychological mechanisms that sustain problematic alcohol use is more comprehensive than at any previous point. The show's observations about these mechanisms, made in a comedy context in 1996, are consistent with what research has subsequently established. Season 10's The Last Temptation of Crust, which aired in February 1999, involves a character who has built their identity around a specific form of cultural positioning and who is forced to reckon with the gap between their public persona and their private reality. The episode depicts the specific psychological experience of identity performance, of the exhaustion that comes from sustained performance of an identity that doesn't match your actual experience. In 2026, the research on the psychological costs of identity performance, on the specific kind of exhaustion that sustained social performance produces, has developed significantly in the context of social media and online identity construction. The show depicted the experience in 1999. The research on it has developed in the decade since. Season 14's Large Marge, which aired September 2002, contains depictions of body image and body modification that are relevant to the current public health conversation about body image, about the specific ways that media shapes body perception, and about the psychological consequences of the gap between media-presented body ideals and actual bodies. In 2026, the research on body image and its relationship to media exposure has continued to develop, with increasing attention to the specific role of social media in shaping body image in ways that produce significant mental health consequences. The show's depictions of body image dynamics in 2002 are consistent with what research has subsequently established. Season 22's The Real Housewives of Fat Tony, which aired March 2011, involves a subplot about a character whose self-concept is organized around a specific social role that they are at risk of losing. The episode depicts the specific psychological vulnerability that comes from having a self-concept that is heavily dependent on external validation and on the maintenance of a specific social position. In 2026, the research on identity and social media, on how the need for social validation interacts with the specific mechanisms of social media platforms to produce specific psychological vulnerabilities, is more extensive than at any previous point. The show's observations about identity vulnerability from 2011 are consistent with what research has established about social media's effects on identity in the years since. The mental health predictions section of the Simpsons archive is significant not because the show was doing clinical psychology, but because it was doing sustained, careful observation of how people actually feel inside the specific conditions that modern American life creates. And those observations, accumulated across hundreds of episodes over decades, have proven accurate enough to be useful references for the research that has subsequently tried to study the same phenomena. The show is doing clinical observation in comic form. The clinical observation has turned out to be accurate. In 2026, the mental health conversation is more urgent and more public than at any previous point. The specific conditions that the show has been depicting, the anxiety of economic precarity, the identity vulnerability of sustained social performance, the addiction dynamics of the attention economy, the specific exhaustion of performing an identity that doesn't match your experience, are all more widely recognized and more extensively documented than when the relevant episodes aired. The show was there first, not because it knew more than the researchers who would eventually study these things, but because it was paying attention, consistently and across a long time, to how people actually feel inside the world they actually live in. And paying that kind of attention for that long, with that level of consistency, produces observations that turn out to be more accurate than they might have seemed when they were first made. Section 6b. Space and Environment Continued Climate, Water, and the Commons. The space and environment predictions we covered in Section 6 focused primarily on commercial spaceflight and on the general patterns of environmental regulation and industrial accountability. But the climate predictions specifically deserve extended treatment because they represent some of the most specific and most consequential predictions in the show's archive. Let's start with the climate content directly. The Simpsons has been depicting the consequences of environmental contamination since its first seasons. The nuclear power plant, as the source of Springfield's environmental problems, is a constant. But the show has also been depicting broader environmental conditions in ways that have aged into increasing relevance. Season 9's The Old Man and the Lisa, which aired March 1997, involves Lisa attempting to prevent environmental damage from a proposed development project. The episode's treatment of the specific mechanisms through which environmental protection fails, of the gap between environmental regulations and their enforcement, of the specific ways that economic interests prevent the regulatory outcomes that the regulations are designed to produce, is accurate enough to function as documentation rather than satire. In 2026, these mechanisms are visible in the specific context of climate regulation, where the gap between stated regulatory goals and actual outcomes has been one of the most discussed topics in environmental policy. The show was describing the mechanisms in 1997. The mechanisms have continued to produce the same kinds of outcomes in new contexts. Season 15's Fraudcast News, which aired May 2004, involves a character gaining control over Springfield's information environment and the specific ways that control over information can be used to shape public understanding of environmental and other issues. The episode depicts the relationship between concentrated media ownership and the information environment that media ownership produces. In 2026, the relationship between concentrated media ownership and public understanding of climate change, specifically, was a significant topic in climate communication research and policy. The specific mechanisms the episode depicted, of information being filtered through ownership interests in ways that shaped public understanding of reality, have been documented extensively in the context of climate misinformation. The show depicted the mechanism in 2004. The research on its specific application to climate communication arrived in the years following. Season 22's Judge Me Tender, which aired May 2011, contains a subplot about a community dealing with the consequences of a resource that is being consumed at a rate that is not sustainable. The episode is a comedy about overconsumption, but its treatment of the specific dynamics around shared resources, of the way that individual rational behavior can produce collective irrational outcomes when applied to shared resources, is consistent with what economists call the tragedy of the commons. In 2026, the tragedy of the commons framing has been applied to a range of shared environmental resources, from groundwater to ocean fisheries to the atmosphere itself. The show was depicting the dynamic in 2011. Its application to climate specifically has intensified in the years since. Season 25's The Winter of His Content, which aired March 2014, involves a character dealing with the specific experience of weather disruption to their routine. The episode is not about climate change specifically, but its treatment of how weather disruption affects daily life and community dynamics is relevant to the conversation about climate change's practical effects on ordinary communities. In 2026, the specific ways that climate change has been producing weather disruption to ordinary life in ordinary communities across the country, from heat events to flooding to drought to wildfire smoke, has become one of the most practically significant aspects of the climate conversation. The show was depicting weather disruption as a lived experience in 2014. The lived experience has intensified significantly since. Season 28's Fitzcarraldo, which aired January 2017, involves Homer pursuing an ambitious project with enormous environmental and personal costs. The episode's treatment of the relationship between human ambition and environmental consequences is accurate in its depiction of how large-scale projects generate environmental impacts that are often not fully accounted for in the decision-making that produces them. In 2026, this dynamic was visible in multiple large-scale development and infrastructure projects, where environmental consequences that were not fully anticipated at the project's inception had become significant. The show depicted the mechanism in 2017. The real-world examples of it operating have accumulated in the years since. The water predictions deserve specific mention. Multiple episodes of The Simpsons across its run have depicted Springfield dealing with water quality issues, water supply issues, and the specific political and economic dynamics around water as a resource. These depictions, across episodes spanning decades, have aged into increasing relevance as water has become one of the most significant resource issues of the current era. In 2026, Water quality and water supply issues were among the most significant environmental and policy topics in the United States and globally. The specific mechanisms the show had been depicting, of water quality being compromised by industrial activity without adequate accountability, of water supply being subject to the same dynamics of privatization and inadequate regulation that the show had been describing in other resource contexts, were visible in multiple real-world situations. The show was attending to water as a political and environmental issue before it was as prominent in public consciousness as it is now. In 2026, the predictions embedded in that attention have developed into something that requires serious engagement. Section 8b. Social and cultural predictions continued. Identity, community, and belonging. The social predictions section covered in Section 8 focused on social media, viral attention, streaming addiction, and community resistance. But there's a deeper layer of social prediction in the Simpsons archive that deserves extended treatment. The predictions about how identity, community, and belonging have changed in the era of digital social connection. These are the predictions that are hardest to document specifically because they're about subjective experience rather than observable events. But they're the predictions that are most widely recognized when people encounter them because they describe something that millions of people are living through. Let's start with belonging. Season 7's King-Size Homer, which aired November 1995, involves Homer gaining weight and the specific ways that his changed body affects his experience of himself and of his relationship with the world around him. The episode is a comedy about weight and body, but its treatment of the specific experience of feeling out of place in your own body, of the gap between how you feel inside and how you're perceived from outside, is relevant to a range of experiences of embodied self-consciousness. In 2026, the research on body image, on the psychological consequences of the gap between self-experience and social perception, on the specific ways that this gap is intensified by media environments that present idealized body images at scale, has developed significantly. The show's depiction of the experience in 1995 is consistent with what research has subsequently established. Season 12's Worst Episode Ever, which aired February 2001, involves a community forming around a specific shared interest in ways that provide both genuine connection and specific dynamics that can be harmful. The episode is about comic book fandom specifically, but its treatment of how niche interest communities form and function is accurate enough to be generalized. In 2026, the research on online communities, on how they form around shared interests, on the specific benefits and harms they produce for their members, on the relationship between online community membership and real-world social connection, is more extensive than at any previous point. The show's depictions from 2001 are consistent with what research has subsequently established. Season 16's There's Something About Marrying, which aired February 2005, deals with questions of identity, recognition, and belonging in ways that were ahead of their time in 2005. The episode's treatment of how communities decide whose identities are legitimate and whose aren't, and of the specific harm that non-recognition produces, is nuanced in ways that the comedy format might not suggest. In 2026, questions of identity recognition, of whose identities are acknowledged and legitimized by community and institutional systems and whose aren't, were among the most contested social and political topics. The show's treatment of the dynamics in 2005 has aged into something that functions more like documentation than satire. Season 21's Once Upon a Time in Springfield, which aired January 2010, involves a character feeling excluded from a community that they had previously felt part of, and the specific experience of exclusion from a community that you've invested heavily in. In 2026, the experience of community exclusion, particularly from online communities where significant social investment has occurred, has become one of the more studied phenomena in social psychology. The specific mechanisms through which online community exclusion operates, and the specific psychological consequences it produces, have been documented with increasing precision. The show depicted the experience in 2010. The research on its online-specific manifestations arrived in the years following. Season 24's Hardly Kirking, which aired March 2013, involves a character adopting a different identity to navigate a social context they find inaccessible in their normal identity. The episode is a comedy about pretense, but its treatment of the specific dynamics that produce identity code switching, of the ways that different social contexts require different presentations of self, is accurate. In 2026, the research on code switching, on the specific cognitive and psychological demands of presenting different versions of yourself in different social contexts, on the relationship between code switching and social belonging, has become more extensive. The show was depicting the dynamics in 2013. The research on them has developed in the years since. Season 26's Waiting for Duffman, which aired March 2015, involves a character whose entire identity has been built around a corporate mascot role and the specific experience of having your identity so thoroughly intertwined with a role that losing the role threatens the identity itself. In 2026, the research on identity and employment, on the specific ways that professional roles become incorporated into self-concept, and on what happens to self-concept when those roles are lost or threatened, is more extensive than at any previous point. The specific context of the 2026 labor market, in which automation-driven role elimination is producing identity as well as economic consequences, makes this prediction particularly relevant. The social and cultural predictions from this deeper layer are the ones that resonate most when people encounter them, because they describe something felt rather than something observed. They're about what it's like to be inside the social and cultural conditions the show has been describing. In 2026, those conditions are being experienced by enough people with enough intensity that the show's descriptions of them function as something like solidarity, an acknowledgement that the feelings are real, that the experiences are real, that someone saw them coming and tried to describe them clearly. That's the deepest function of the social predictions. Not prediction in the sense of knowing what will happen, prediction in the sense of knowing what it will feel like when it does. The show knew what it would feel like. In 2026, a lot of people are feeling it. Section 9b, Food, Sport, and Everyday Life, continued the texture of daily prediction. The everyday life predictions from Section 9 established the baseline, but there's a layer of predictions about the specific texture of daily experience, about what it actually feels like to live inside the systems the show has been describing. That deserves extended attention because it's where the show's social observation is most granular and most intimate. When we talk about political predictions or technological predictions, we're talking about large-scale systems whose behavior can be tracked through observable events. When we talk about everyday life predictions, we're talking about the specific experience of being a person moving through those systems on a daily basis. The feeling of a grocery store checkout, the experience of a phone call with a company's customer service system, the specific frustration of a bureaucratic interaction, the particular kind of social discomfort that comes from a specific type of public situation. These are the texture of daily life. And The Simpsons has been attending to this texture for 37 years with unusual accuracy and unusual compassion. Season 2's Brush with Greatness, which aired April 1991, involves Marge developing an artistic talent that she had suppressed in favor of her responsibilities to her family and the specific experience of returning to a creative practice after a long interruption. The episode's treatment of this experience, of the combination of excitement and self-doubt, and the specific difficulty of making time for something that the rest of your life doesn't support, is accurate and recognizable. In 2026, the specific experience of adult people attempting to maintain or develop creative practices within the demands of working and parenting life is more widely discussed than at any previous point. The combination of greater social permission for adults to pursue creative interests and greater economic pressure that makes time for those interests harder to find has produced exactly the dynamic the episode depicted in 1991. Season 4's Homer's Barbershop Quartet, which aired September 1992, involves Homer participating in a cultural phenomenon that peaks, becomes commercially successful, loses its original qualities in the process of commercialization, and then dissipates. The episode is a comedy about a very specific arc of cultural production. In 2026, this arc, independent cultural phenomenon to commercial success, to loss of original qualities to dissipation, is visible in enough specific contexts that it functions as a general template. The specific cultural forms change with each iteration, The arc is consistent. Season 6's Lisa's Rival, which aired September 1994, involves Lisa encountering a peer who is as smart as she is and more accomplished in certain ways, and the specific psychological experience of that encounter. The episode's treatment of how gifted children experience peers who are at a similar level, the combination of recognition and competition, and the specific kind of loneliness that comes from having someone who understands you, but is also a rival, is accurate. In 2026, the research on gifted education and on the specific psychological experiences of intellectually advanced young people is more extensive than at any previous point. The dynamics the episode depicted in 1994 are consistent with what research has subsequently established about those experiences. Season 7's Marge Be Not Proud, which aired December 1995, involves Bart shoplifting and the specific experience of a parent discovering that their child has done something they're ashamed of. The episode's treatment of this experience, of the specific combination of anger and grief and guilt and love that it produces in both the parent and the child, is one of the most emotionally precise in the show's history. In 2026, the psychological research on parent-child conflict and on the specific dynamics of moral development in adolescence has developed significantly. The show's depiction from 1995 is consistent with what the research has established, and the emotional accuracy of the episode is recognizable to anyone who has been through this experience in either role. Season 8's El Viaje Misterioso de Nuestro Homer, which aired January 1997, involves Homer going on a vision quest after eating extremely spicy chili and encountering a spirit coyote who asks him a question about what his true soulmate is. The episode is a meditation on loneliness and connection and on what we want from our most intimate relationships. In 2026, the research on loneliness, on what people actually want from intimate relationships versus what they believe they want, and on the specific experience of feeling fundamentally alone even within relationships that appear fulfilling from outside, has developed significantly. The show's treatment of these questions in 1997 is not a prediction about a research finding. It's an accurate emotional description that research has subsequently confirmed as real. Season 9's The Two Misses. Naha Sapi Mapedalons, which aired November 1997, involves the specific experience of navigating between family expectations and personal choices. The episode's treatment of this experience, of the specific pressures that family and culture can exert on individual choices about relationships and life direction, is accurate and culturally specific in ways that have become more rather than less resonant in the years since it aired. In 2026, the question of how family and cultural expectations interact with individual autonomy and relationship choices is being navigated by more people in more complex configurations than at any previous point. The show was depicting these dynamics accurately in 1997. They have intensified in the years since. 11's Behind the Laughter, which aired May 2000, is structured as a documentary about the Simpson family, depicting them as a real family who became television stars. The episode's treatment of how public exposure changes the experience of family life, how the performance of family for an audience changes the experience of actually being a family, is unusually precise. In 2026, this dynamic, the way that public documentation of family life changes the experience of that family life, has become one of the more studied phenomena in media psychology. The specific form the documentation takes now, through social media rather than through television, is different from what the episode depicted. The dynamic is the same. Season 12's Skinner's Sense of Snow, which aired December 2000, involves the specific experience of being trapped somewhere during a weather event and the particular social dynamics that this kind of enforced proximity produces. The episode is a comedy about being snowed in at school, but its treatment of how shared enforced experience changes social dynamics is accurate. In 2026, the specific experience of being in an enforced situation that produces unusual social intimacy with people you wouldn't normally be intimate with is one that many people have navigated in various contexts. The show was depicting the dynamics accurately in 2000. They remain accurate. Season 13's Homer the Mo, which aired November 2001, involves the evolution of a social space, specifically a bar, in response to changing demographic preferences and the specific experience of the regular patrons of that space as it changes around them. In 2026, the experience of watching the social spaces that have been important to you change in response to forces you don't control is one that many people are navigating. The specific spaces and the specific forces vary. The experience the show depicted in 2001 is consistent with what people are describing. Season 14's The Dad Who Knew Too Little, which aired January 2003, involves Homer realizing how little he knows about his daughter and the specific experience of being a parent who discovers that their child has become a person with an interior life that the parent doesn't have access to. In 2026, the research on parent-child relationships and on the specific developmental dynamics of adolescent privacy and identity formation has developed significantly. The show's depiction of this experience from 2003 is accurate in ways that the research has subsequently confirmed. Season 15's The Wandering Juvie, which aired March 2004, involves Bart encountering a young person whose life circumstances have been so different from his own that the encounter forces a kind of perspective expansion. The episode depicts the specific experience of encountering a reality that challenges assumptions you didn't know you were making. In 2026, the experience of encountering realities that challenge comfortable assumptions has become more common in some respects and less common in others. The specific mechanisms of contemporary media both enable and prevent this kind of encounter in different ways. The show's depiction of the experience in 2004 remains accurate as a description of what the encounter feels like when it happens. The everyday life predictions from this extended section are collectively a description of the specific human experiences that are produced by living inside the systems the show has been describing at a larger scale. They're not predictions about what will happen. They're predictions about what it will feel like. In 2026, the feelings are real, and the show's descriptions of them, accumulated across 37 years of careful observation of how people actually feel inside the world they actually live in, are accurate enough to provide genuine recognition. Section 10b. Pending predictions continued what Springfield is still telling us. We covered the major pending predictions in Section 10, but there are additional ones that deserve specific attention because they're particularly relevant to 2026 and because they represent the show's observations about forces that are particularly active right now. The most practically significant pending prediction for everyday people in 2026 involves the healthcare system. Across dozens of episodes, The Simpsons has depicted a healthcare system that is inaccessible to people in Homer's economic position, that produces worse outcomes for people who are poorer than for people who are wealthier, that is organized primarily around the economic interests of its institutions rather than the health needs of its patients, and that systematically fails people who most need it in moments of greatest vulnerability. These depictions, from the very first medical episodes through the most recent seasons, are consistently accurate. The American healthcare system in 2026 is more expensive, more inaccessible to people in Homer's economic position, and more dramatically inequitable in its outcomes than at any previous point in the show's history. The pending prediction is about the political response to this situation. The show has been depicting the failing system for 3.5 decades without depicting a successful political response to it. The pending element is what form that political response eventually takes and whether it succeeds in changing the system. In 2026, the political energy around healthcare is at a high point. The specific policies being debated and the specific political alignments around those policies are more active than they've been since the Affordable Care Act debate in 2009 and 2010. The outcome of that political energy is the pending prediction. The second set of pending predictions involves technology specifically. The show has been depicting AI as both capable and dangerous in its recent seasons. The capabilities it depicts of AI systems being able to perform tasks that were previously thought to require human judgment have been confirmed by the development of AI technology over the past several years. The dangers it depicts of those same systems being used in ways that produce harm to specific people or communities are pending. Not because the harm hasn't started to materialize, it has in specific and documented cases, but the scale at which the harm the show depicts would need to operate to count as a fulfilled prediction has not yet been reached. The pending prediction is about when and how the threshold is crossed. In 2026, the AI safety research community, the regulatory environment, and the public conversation about AI risk are all at earlier stages of development than the risk itself. The pending prediction is about whether the regulatory and social response to AI risk develops fast enough to be effective, or whether it lags the risk in the way that the show has depicted institutional responses lagging behind harm in every other domain. The third set of pending predictions involves the specific situation of families in Homer's economic position. The show has been depicting the Simpsons family as economically precarious but ultimately stable. The home is always there. The job is always there. The family is always together. The pending prediction, embedded in the widening gap between the life the show depicts and the life available to actual people in Homer's economic position, is about when the stability breaks. Not for the Simpsons specifically. They exist in a fictional loop that won't break until the show ends. But for the real families whose situations are represented by the fictional Simpsons, the families whose union jobs are being eliminated by automation, whose healthcare costs are consuming increasing portions of their income, whose houses have become inaccessible to them as prices have risen faster than wages, whose communities have been compromised by the same dynamics the show depicts in Springfield. For those families, the stability the show depicts as given is already gone in specific places and specific ways. The pending prediction is about what the political and social consequences of that loss are at scale. In 2026, those consequences are forming. The specific shape they'll take is the prediction that remains to be fulfilled. The fourth pending prediction is about Burns, or rather about the class of people and institutions that Burns represents. The show has spent 37 years depicting Burns getting away with everything. The pending prediction, embedded in that sustained depiction, is about whether the dynamics that have allowed him to get away with everything are durable enough to continue indefinitely, or whether there is a breaking point. In 2026, the question of accountability for concentrated economic power is more politically active than at any previous point in the show's history. The specific forms that accountability might take, and the specific forms that resistance to accountability is taking, are both visible. The outcome is the pending prediction. Whether Burns eventually faces consequences in Springfield's fictional universe or in the real-world dynamics that Springfield represents, is the question that 37 years of the show have been building toward without quite answering. In 2026, the answer is closer than it has ever been, but it's still pending. Section 11B. The writing room continued the process, the culture, and the commitment. Section 11 covered the major factors that produced The Simpsons' predictive track record: educational background, institutional skepticism, time, access, willingness to be uncomfortable, and the specific relationship between comedy and truth. But there are additional dimensions of the writing room's culture and process that help explain the consistency and the depth of the prediction track record. The first is the show's commitment to research. Every episode of The Simpsons that touches on a specific domain, from medicine to law to economics to science to politics to sports, involves research. The writers don't write from ignorance. They find out how the domain they're satirizing actually works, and they use that knowledge as the foundation for the joke. This commitment to research means that the satirical observations are grounded in accurate understanding of the things they're satirizing. The joke about how a medical procedure works is based on how the procedure actually works. The joke about how a legal process operates is based on how the process actually operates. The joke about how an economic mechanism functions is based on how the mechanism actually functions. Research-grounded satire is more durable than invention-based satire, because invention-based satire can become inaccurate as the thing being invented diverges from the reality it was imagined from. Research-grounded satire stays accurate because it was accurate to begin with. The second dimension is the show's culture of fearlessness. The Simpsons has consistently satirized its own production company, its own network, and the industry that produces it. It has mocked Fox News, which is owned by the same corporate parent that owns the show. It has satirized Disney in the years since the acquisition. It has been willing to bite every hand that feeds it, consistently and repeatedly, across 37 years. This fearlessness produces accuracy. If you're not willing to say true things about the people who have power over you, you can't fully describe how power works. And describing how power works is the foundation of the show's predictive accuracy. The show has been willing to say true things about powerful people for 37 years. And the true things about powerful people, once said, tend to remain true in ways that the comfortable things about them don't. The third dimension is the show's relationship with its archive. The show has been running long enough that its writers and producers are aware of, and in some cases actively reference, their own earlier work. This awareness of the archive means that the show is in dialogue with its own history in ways that allow it to maintain consistency and to build on earlier observations. When a new episode addresses a topic that the show has addressed before, the new episode can be informed by the earlier treatment. The model gets refined. The accuracy increases. The predictions become more specifically grounded in a long history of observation rather than in a single episode's worth of research. This archival self-awareness is unusual in television. Most long-running shows develop internal inconsistencies that prevent this kind of coherence. The Simpsons' floating timeline, which prevents characters from aging, also prevents the kind of plot-level inconsistencies that would otherwise make archival coherence impossible. The floating timeline, often criticized as a production convenience, is also what makes the show's sustained predictive coherence possible. The characters can't age, but the observations can compound. The model can refine. The accuracy can increase. The fourth dimension is what might be called the show's moral commitment. Underneath the comedy, underneath the jokes and the gags and the running bits, there is a consistent moral framework in The Simpsons. A framework that holds that ordinary people matter. That concentrated power is a problem. That institutional corruption produces real harm to real people. That the gap between how things are supposed to work and how they actually work is a genuine problem worth describing honestly. This moral framework produces accuracy because it directs observation toward the things that matter most. The show isn't just observing anything and everything about American life. It's observing the things that determine whether ordinary people's lives go well or badly. And those are the things that are most important to observe accurately. In 2026, the moral framework that the show has been applying consistently for 37 years has been confirmed as the right frame by the specific developments that have occurred in those years. The things the show was most concerned about, concentrated power, institutional corruption, the erosion of the conditions that make ordinary life possible, the denial of truth by communities that can't afford to acknowledge it, have all developed in the directions the show was concerned they would. The moral framework was correct, and the predictions embedded in it have followed from that correctness. Final notes. The archive as an ongoing project. This video has covered approximately 12 major sections of prediction content with additional extensions of the most significant categories. We've looked at political predictions, technological predictions, economic predictions, health and science predictions, space and environment predictions, entertainment predictions, social and cultural predictions, everyday life predictions, pending predictions, and the mechanics of the writing room. In 2026, The Simpsons prediction phenomenon is as active as it has ever been. The archive grows with each new episode. The predictions that have been made continue to develop into new specificity as the world moves in the directions the show has been describing. For someone who is watching this video in 2026 or watching it in the years that follow, the most important thing to understand about the prediction phenomenon is also the simplest. The show has been telling the truth about the world for 37 years. The truth has been disguised as comedy, delivered in the form of a cartoon family from an impossible town, communicated through jokes about donuts and nuclear reactors, and an ancient billionaire who can't remember his safety inspector's name. But it has been the truth. And in 2026, enough of what was true about the direction the world was heading has materialized that the truth is harder to ignore than at any previous point. Springfield will still be there on Sunday night. The family will still find their way to the couch. The loop will still hold. And somewhere in what plays, there will be another observation, another description of the present that will eventually look like a prediction of the future. Another piece of the archive? The project continues. Springfield has been watching America for 37 years. America has been watching Springfield. One of them is catching up to the other. In 2026, you can see which direction that movement is going. Good night, wherever you are, whatever time it is. Whatever brought you here tonight, Springfield will be here when you wake up. It always is. End of complete script. Extended analysis. The predictions the internet forgets. We've spent this video examining the predictions that came true, but understanding the prediction phenomenon fully requires also understanding the predictions that haven't, and the mechanics of why the ones we remember are the ones we remember. This isn't a section designed to undermine the predictions we've examined. It's designed to complete the picture. Because the complete picture is more interesting and more informative than the curated highlight reel, and The Simpsons deserves the complete picture after 37 years of producing material that rewards this kind of attention. The prediction that gets remembered is the one where the show was right. But the show has made thousands of observations about the direction of the world across 37 years, and many of those observations haven't been confirmed. Some of them have been clearly wrong. Some of them depicted futures that haven't arrived and may never arrive. Some of them were specific enough to be evaluated and came out incorrect. Nobody shares those. That's not a criticism. That's just how human memory and human attention work. We notice the hit, we forget the miss. The confirmation bias runs in one direction, toward the things that look like evidence for the pattern we've noticed, and away from the things that would complicate or disprove it. This means the prediction phenomenon as experienced by the internet, as represented by the screenshots and the clips and the Simpsons predicted it memes, is a curated sample. It's a sample that is systematically biased toward the predictions that landed and away from the ones that didn't. Understanding this doesn't undermine the predictions that landed. It contextualizes them. It tells us how to think about them properly. Here's the thing, though. Even with the bias accounted for, even after you apply the most skeptical possible reading of the confirmation bias and the selection effect, there's still something real happening. Because the ratio matters. Not just the hits, the ratio of hits to misses. Any show producing 800 episodes of observation about the direction of American society over 37 years will get some things right by statistical chance alone. The question is whether The Simpsons gets things right at a rate that exceeds what statistical chance would predict. And the answer, based on a serious examination of the evidence rather than a curated selection of the most striking examples, appears to be yes. The show gets things right more often than you'd expect from pure coincidence. Not because of magic, but because the people making it are smart and well-educated and pay close attention to how the world works and are willing to follow their observations to their uncomfortable conclusions. That's the honest evaluation of the phenomenon. Above chance. Not perfectly predictive. Significantly more accurate than you'd expect from a random process, but not remotely accurate enough to be genuinely prophetic. And that's already remarkable. That's already something worth spending time with. A show that is more accurate about the future of the world than you'd expect from any random process, maintained across 37 years, produced by people who can explain specifically why they got the things they got right. That's the phenomenon. And it's real. The predictions we've examined in this video are the strongest examples of that phenomenon. The ones that are most specific, most detailed, most striking. They're not representative of the average prediction's accuracy. They're the top end of a distribution, but the distribution itself is real. The average prediction accuracy is above chance. The top end is striking enough to make you stop and pay attention, and the combination of those two things is what the Simpsons prediction phenomenon actually is. In 2026, the distribution has continued to produce new examples at its top end, and the accumulation of those examples, across the years and across the domains, is what makes the phenomenon so striking to encounter even after you understand the statistical framework that produces it. The show is right more often than it should be. In 2026, more instances of that rightness have arrived than in any previous year, and the combination of those two facts is what brought you here tonight. The specific predictions of 2026, a direct accounting. Let's be specific about what made 2026 stand out from previous years in the Simpsons prediction conversation. This is the list that circulated most widely. The specific alignments between the show's content and the events of 2025 and 2026 that drove the renewed conversation about the prediction phenomenon. Some of these are strong predictions, precise and specific, and difficult to explain through coincidence. Some of them are weaker, the kind of general structural alignment that any long-running show with consistent thematic preoccupations would eventually produce. We'll call them as we see them. The first significant 2026 prediction alignment involves the show's depiction of autonomous vehicles. In Season 26, Episode 15, an episode called The Princess Guide, which aired in February 2015, contains a sequence in which characters interact with a vehicle that is operating semi-autonomously. The episode isn't primarily about autonomous vehicles, but the sequence depicts the specific experience of being in a vehicle that is making driving decisions without human input, and the specific unease that this experience produces in the people inside it. In 2025 and 2026, autonomous and semi-autonomous vehicles became significantly more common in American cities, and the public conversation about the specific experience of being in one, the specific unease the show depicted, became more active. The show's depiction of the feeling preceded the mainstream experience of the feeling by about a decade. The second significant 2026 alignment involves the show's depiction of wearable health technology. Season 25, Episode 20, What to Expect When Bart's Expecting, which aired in May 2014, contains a subplot involving a device that monitors biological data continuously and communicates that data to a healthcare provider. This is a description of continuous health monitoring wearables, which have developed significantly since 2014 and which became significantly more widely used in the context of post-pandemic health monitoring. In 2026, the use of continuous health monitoring wearables for a range of health management applications has expanded beyond what it was in 2014. The specific device the episode depicted was fictional. The category of device it described is now mainstream. The third significant 2026 alignment involves media consolidation continuing beyond the Disney-Fox deal. Season 10's When You Dish Upon a Star, which we've discussed, predicted Disney buying Fox. But the episode's broader prediction was about the direction of media consolidation generally. In 2025 and 2026, media consolidation continued to produce new transactions and new debates about the concentration of media ownership. The specific Fox-Disney prediction was fulfilled in 2019. The broader direction the prediction was embedded in has continued, producing new alignments with the show's content about concentrated media ownership. The fourth significant 2026 alignment involves the show's depiction of the relationship between social media engagement and real-world behavior. Season 28's The Town, which aired October 2016, depicted a character whose online engagement with content about a rival community was driving increasingly extreme real-world behavior. The episode was depicting the mechanism through which algorithm-driven content recommendation can amplify attitudes in ways that produce behavioral consequences. In 2025 and 2026, the research documenting this mechanism and the specific real-world behavioral consequences it had produced in documented cases was more extensive than at any previous point. The show depicted the mechanism in 2016. The documentation of it arrived in the years following. The fifth significant 2026 alignment involves the show's depiction of economic anxiety and its political consequences. Across dozens of episodes spanning the entire run of the show, The Simpsons has depicted economic anxiety, specifically the anxiety of people whose economic position is stable but precarious, as a driver of specific political and social behaviors. In 2026, the political consequences of economic anxiety were more visible and more consequential than at most previous points. The specific political directions that the anxiety was driving and the specific forms of political expression it was producing were aligned with what the show had been depicting for decades. The sixth significant 2026 alignment involves the show's depiction of water as a political resource. Multiple episodes across the show's run have depicted water quality and water access as political issues. In 2025 and 2026, water became one of the most significant natural resource policy topics in the United States, with multiple specific situations involving water quality, water access, and water rights producing significant political and legal activity. The show's depiction of water as a political resource, made across decades of episodes, aligned with the specific prominence of water as a political issue in 2026. The seventh significant 2026 alignment involves the show's depiction of the relationship between AI and employment. Season 23's Replaceable You, which aired November 2011, depicted Homer's job being threatened by automation. In 2025 and 2026, The specific dynamics the episode described, of AI and automation systems being capable of performing functions that had previously required human judgment, of the employment consequences of this capability, and of the institutional and policy responses to those consequences, were among the most actively discussed topics in economics and public policy. The show depicted the dynamics in 2011. The dynamics arrived at scale in 2025 and 2026. The eighth significant 2026 alignment involves the show's treatment of misinformation. Season 19's Pluribus Vigum, which aired January 2008, depicts a political process being significantly affected by information that turns out to be inaccurate and the specific ways that inaccurate information can produce real political consequences even after its inaccuracy is known. The episode is a satire of a specific political dynamic, but the mechanism it depicts is the one that subsequent research on misinformation has confirmed as real and significant. In 2026, misinformation and its political consequences were more actively discussed, more extensively studied, and more consequential than at any previous point. The show depicted the mechanism in 2008. The research on it arrived in the years following, and the political consequences of it have continued to develop. These 8 specific alignments are the ones that were most frequently cited in 2026 discussions of the Simpsons prediction phenomenon. They range from strong, the AI and employment prediction, the media consolidation prediction, the misinformation mechanism prediction, to moderate, the wearable health technology prediction, the water as political resource prediction, to relatively weak, the general economic anxiety prediction, which is more of a persistent structural observation than a specific prediction. Taken together, they represent a year in which the show's archive and the world's development aligned more frequently and more specifically than in most previous years. And they represent the reason that the conversation about the Simpsons prediction phenomenon intensified in 2026 in ways that have produced this video. The philosophical dimension. What does it mean to predict? We've been using the word prediction throughout this video with a specific meaning, but it's worth spending time on what we actually mean by it, because the word carries implications that are important to be clear about. When we say The Simpsons predicted something, we usually mean that the show depicted something that subsequently became real, a device that became a real device, an event that became a real event, a dynamic that became a real dynamic. But prediction in this sense is different from prediction in the scientific sense, and it's worth being clear about the difference. Scientific prediction involves making a specific claim about a future state of affairs under conditions that allow the claim to be evaluated. The claim is either confirmed or disconfirmed by what actually happens. The process of making and evaluating predictions is the mechanism through which scientific models are tested and refined. The Simpsons isn't making predictions in this sense. The show is making observations, in comedic form, about the direction the world is heading. The observations are specific enough to be recognizable when the direction arrives, but they're not made in a form that would satisfy a scientific standard of prediction. This matters because the scientific standard requires that the prediction be made in advance of the evidence, in a form that allows it to be falsified if wrong. The Simpsons predictions don't meet this standard. They're made in comedic form, often in multiple episodes that are inconsistent with each other, without clear specification of when or how the prediction will be evaluated. Does this mean the predictions aren't real? No. It means they're a different kind of thing. They're cultural observations that turn out to be accurate about the direction of the world. That accuracy is real, and it's significant. But it's not the same thing as scientific prediction, and treating it as such leads to misunderstanding both the phenomenon and the show. The Simpsons is doing something more like art than science. And what art does, when it does it well, is describe something true about the world in a form that makes the truth recognizable, that makes it available to be seen by people who might not have seen it otherwise, and that makes it available to be remembered even after the specific context that produced the observation has changed. That's what the show's predictions actually are. They're descriptions of truths that turned out to be durable enough to remain recognizable across decades, not because the show knew the future, but because the truths it was describing about the present were deep enough to persist. In 2026, those truths have developed into specific realities. And the descriptions of them, preserved in episodes that are now decades old, have become available as a kind of cultural memory that allows the recognition to happen. That's the phenomenon, not prophecy. Art. Doing what art is supposed to do. Describing the world truly enough that the truth is still recognizable when you look at it from far enough away. The human dimension, why we keep watching. We've been talking about predictions and systems and mechanisms for a long time. Let's end with the simplest possible version of why any of this matters. People keep watching The Simpsons. Not just the people who were watching in 1989. Not just the people who grew up with it in the 1990s and 2000s. New people, young people, people who were born after some of the episodes we've been discussing aired. They find the show, they watch it, and something happens. Not just the laughter, though there is laughter. Not just the nostalgia, though there is nostalgia. Something more than those things. A recognition, the feeling of watching something that sees the world you live in. That describes it honestly, without flattery, without the specific dishonesty of comfortable narratives. That says the thing that you've noticed but haven't been able to say cleanly. That shows you the thing you've been looking at without quite being able to see it. That recognition is what the predictions are pointing at. They're not the point themselves. They're symptoms of the point. The point is that the show has been telling the truth for 37 years. In a world that has not always been interested in the truth. In an industry that has powerful incentives to make things comfortable rather than accurate. In a cultural moment that often prefers the reassuring story to the honest description. The show has been telling the truth anyway, and the predictions are what the truth looks like when it's been preserved long enough for the world to catch up to it. In 2026, more of the truth the show has been telling has arrived. More of what the show was describing has become undeniably visible. More of what it was pointing at has materialized into something that can be named and measured and argued about. The predictions came true because the truth the show was telling was real. That's the simple version. That's the version that stays with you after the video ends and the screen goes dark and you're lying there in whatever room you're in at whatever time it is. The show was telling the truth. In 2026, more of it arrived. And the family is still on the couch, together. That part doesn't change. Whatever else is happening in Springfield, whatever the plant is leaking, and whatever Burns is scheming, and whatever catastrophe has arrived that everyone will forget by next week, the family finds each other at the end. The loop holds because that part holds. The love holds. And in 37 years of predictions, large and small, political and technological, and economic and social and cultural, that's the one that has been most consistently, most completely, most reliably confirmed. People love each other, even in the worst conditions. Even in a contaminated town run by a corrupt billionaire with a compromised safety inspector standing between the community and catastrophe. Even in the loop, even in the dream, the family finds each other. Springfield will be there Sunday night. The family will be on the couch, the theme will play, and somewhere in what follows, the show will tell another truth. Another observation that will look like a joke and function like a description and eventually age into something that looks like prophecy. The archive grows, the loop holds, and the truth keeps arriving. Good night. The writing room's relationship with history, how the past informs the future. One of the least discussed but most significant factors in The Simpsons' predictive accuracy is the writing room's relationship with history. Not contemporary trends, not emerging technologies, but the actual historical record of how societies, economies, and institutions have behaved across time. The writers of The Simpsons are well-educated people with a broad range of intellectual interests. And one of the consistent features of the writing room across decades has been an engagement with history. Not just American history, but the broader history of how power works, how economies develop and collapse, how political systems respond to stress, how institutions behave when their interests conflict with the interests of the people they're supposed to serve. This historical knowledge matters for prediction because history is, above all else, a record of patterns. The specific circumstances change across historical periods. The underlying patterns of how concentrated power behaves, of how institutions respond to accountability, of how communities process trauma and maintain or abandon truth, are remarkably consistent across very different historical contexts. A writer who knows enough history to recognize these patterns when they see them in the present has a significant advantage in understanding where things are heading. Not because the future will be identical to the past, But because the underlying dynamics that produce historical outcomes tend to be robust across different surface conditions, The Simpsons has been deploying this historical knowledge in its comedy for 37 years. When Burns is depicted as having lived through events from multiple historical periods, this isn't just a running gag. It's an observation that the kind of concentrated wealth Burns represents has been a feature of every significant historical period and has behaved similarly across all of them. When the show depicts Springfield's community responding to crisis by suppressing uncomfortable truth and exiling the people who carry it, this isn't just a Springfield-specific behavior. It's a behavior that has been documented across historical periods in communities facing conditions they can't afford to acknowledge. When the show depicts labor organizing against concentrated capital in ways that draw on the specific emotional and social dynamics of the labor movement's history, it's connecting contemporary events to historical patterns in ways that make the contemporary events more legible. In 2026, the historical resonances embedded in the show's content have become more visible as the contemporary events have developed far enough to be compared against the historical patterns they're following. The labor dynamics that the show has been depicting since Last Exit to Springfield are now recognizable as part of a historical pattern that includes the labor movement of the late 19th and early 20th centuries, the mid-20th century labor accords, and the erosion of those accords from the 1970s onward. The show was depicting one moment in that long pattern. The pattern has continued. The media concentration dynamics that the show has been depicting since the early episodes are recognizable as part of a historical pattern of media concentration that has occurred multiple times in American history, with the current moment being a distinctive but not unprecedented phase. The political dynamics that the show has been depicting since its earliest seasons are recognizable as part of historical patterns of political response to economic inequality, to institutional failure, to the specific stresses that democratic systems face when the gap between their promises and their delivery becomes too wide. The Simpsons has been deploying historical knowledge to describe contemporary events in ways that make the events legible as instances of durable patterns. In 2026, those patterns have developed far enough that the historical connections are more visible than they were in the years when the relevant episodes aired. This is the historical dimension of the prediction phenomenon. Not prediction in the sense of knowing the future. Prediction in the sense of recognizing that the future will be produced by the same dynamics that have produced the past, and that those dynamics, once recognized, allow you to describe the direction with reasonable confidence. The cultural distance that makes comedy work and makes prediction possible. There is something specific about the form of The Simpsons, about the cartoon format and the yellow skin and the four fingers and the perpetually impossible Springfield geography that enables the show's predictive accuracy in ways that would be harder to achieve in a more realistic form. The distance that the cartoon format creates between the depicted world and the real world is not just aesthetic. It's functional. It allows the show to say things that would be too uncomfortable to say in a realistic format, because the cartoon distance gives both the writers and the audience permission to hear them. A realistic drama about a working-class family living downwind of a nuclear power plant operated by a corrupt billionaire would be a very specific political statement. It would be understood as advocacy for a specific position. It would be evaluated as such, argued against as such, and its audience would self-select based on pre-existing political alignment. The cartoon version of the same observations gets watched by everyone. It gets laughed at by everyone. It gets shared across political lines because the cartoon distance makes it feel safe to engage with, regardless of your political priors. And once you've engaged with it, the observations are in you, available to shape your understanding of the world even if you didn't think of it as political content when you watched it. This is the specific genius of the form. The cartoon distance allows truth to get through defenses that would block the same truth in a more direct form. And it means that the show has been depositing observations about the world into a broader cultural mind than any more explicitly political form would reach. The predictions that have come true in the minds of people across the political spectrum, because the show reached people across the political spectrum precisely because it didn't look like political content. In 2026, this dynamic, the way that the show's apparent apoliticality has allowed it to reach and influence audiences who would resist more explicitly political content with the same observations, is more visible than at any previous point. Because the observations have developed into realities that are hard to deny, regardless of political starting point. The cartoon made the truth palatable enough to be received widely. The wide reception means the truth has had a long time to do its work in a broad range of minds. And in 2026, the work is showing. The family as a constant in a changing world. Throughout this video, we've been examining specific predictions, specific alignments between the show's content and the world's development. But there's a meta-prediction that underlies all of them and that deserves explicit attention as we close. The meta-prediction is this: the family will hold. Not as a specific forecast about any particular outcome, but as a claim about what is most durable in human life. What persists when systems fail, and institutions corrupt, and communities forget, and the physical environment deteriorates? The Simpsons has been making this claim for 37 years. In every episode, regardless of what catastrophe has arrived, or what institutional failure has been depicted, or what Burns has done to Springfield's water supply, the family finds its way back to the couch by the end. This isn't just narrative convenience. It's a consistent statement about where the show locates human value. Not in the institutions, not in the economy, not in the political system, not in the community with its votes to forget the truth. In the family, the specific people, the specific love. The specific, imperfect, chaotic, noisy, dysfunctional household that has somehow survived everything Springfield has thrown at it. In 2026, the meta-prediction is tested more severely than in any previous year because the specific conditions that make the family's survival possible, the economic stability, the modest but adequate income, the house, the neighborhood, the institutional structures that hold the broader world together enough to allow ordinary family life to proceed, are under more pressure than at most previous points in the show's history. The family has survived everything so far. The meta-prediction is that it will survive this too. That's not a guarantee. The show is a loop. The loop holds because the show keeps running. When the show ends, when the loop breaks, we'll find out whether the claim was true or whether it was always a comforting fiction that the cartoon distance made possible. In 2026, the loop is still running. The family is still on the couch. And the meta-prediction is still being made. Whether you believe it, whether you find it comforting or disturbing or both, is the question that 37 years of Springfield has been asking. The answer is still forming. Final reflection. What we carry from Springfield. It's late or early or whatever time it is where you are. You've spent this time in Springfield with me, going through predictions and mechanisms and writing rooms and historical patterns, and the specific ways that a cartoon family from an impossible town has been describing the present accurately for longer than most of us have been paying attention to the present. Here's what I want you to carry from this. The Simpsons prediction phenomenon is real, but what it's really about isn't prediction. It's about honesty, about the sustained effort to describe the world accurately, in a form that people can hear, over a long enough period that the description develops into something the world eventually catches up to. The show has been honest about concentrated power and what it does to communities. It's been honest about institutional failure and what it costs ordinary people. It's been honest about the specific ways that American economic life has been eroding the conditions that make ordinary American family life possible. It's been honest about the gap between the stories we tell ourselves about how things work and the actual mechanisms that produce the outcomes we experience. And it's been honest in a form, the cartoon comedy form, that allowed that honesty to reach people who might have resisted it in a more direct form. The yellow skin and the four fingers and the DOs are the packaging that got the honesty delivered. In 2026, the honesty has been confirmed enough times, in enough specific ways, that the packaging is becoming less necessary. The things the show has been describing are visible enough now to be discussed in direct terms. The patterns have developed into realities that are hard to avoid. But the show is still running, still making new observations, still following new lines to their uncomfortable conclusions. Still depicting a family that loves each other on a street that doesn't exist in a town that can't be found in a state that refuses to be named. The predictions will continue, because the model is still running, because the writers are still paying attention, because the world is still producing new instances of old patterns, and because Springfield is still watching. It always has been. It always will be. Good night from Springfield. Come back Sunday. The family will be waiting. The 37th year, a special kind of anniversary. There is something particular about 37 years that doesn't get acknowledged in the usual conversation about the Simpsons prediction phenomenon. 37 years is long enough for a child who watched the premiere to have their own children who have never known a world without the show. Long enough for the political figures being satirized in the first seasons to have died, and for new political figures to arrive who closely resemble them. Long enough for the technologies being mocked as futuristic to have become obsolete and been replaced by technologies that would have seemed like science fiction, even to the futuristic versions the show was mocking. 37 years is long enough to confirm, in a way that 20 years or 25 years couldn't quite confirm, that what the show has been doing is durable. That the observations weren't just appropriate for their immediate moment. That they pointed at something persistent enough to remain recognizable across multiple generations of technological, political, and cultural change. Most art is of its moment. The best art is of its moment and beyond it. The Simpsons, at 37 years, has demonstrated that it belongs to the second category. Not because every episode has aged equally well. Some episodes are very much of their immediate moment and seem dated now. The specific pop culture references, the specific political targets, the specific technological jokes about devices that no longer exist, these things date. But the underlying observations about how power works and what it does to people and what communities do when they can't afford to acknowledge the truth, these don't date. They just keep finding new examples. In 2026, the 37th year, the show has been running long enough that the people making it and the people watching it are having a different relationship with each other than the relationship between the show and its audience in any previous year. The early audience watched the show as contemporary, as something describing the world they were currently living in, with enough exaggeration to be funny, but not so much that the connection to reality was obscured. The current audience watches the show as historical and contemporary simultaneously. Historical because the specific episodes being cited as predictions are often from decades ago, from a world that looks different from the current one in its specific surface features. Contemporary because the mechanisms being depicted in those historical episodes are still operating in the current world, still producing their recognizable outputs. This simultaneous historical and contemporary quality is unusual. Most media that becomes historical stays historical. You watch it as a document of a different time. The Simpsons' historical episodes keep refusing to become purely historical because the things they were observing keep continuing to operate. In 2026, this quality is more pronounced than in any previous year because the predictions have accumulated to the point where the historical contemporary blur is widespread rather than occasional. A significant portion of the archive is simultaneously a historical document and a current description. That's the 37th year anniversary worth marking. Not that the show has been on the air for a long time, that it has been describing the same world, accurately, for long enough that the description and the world have become hard to distinguish. The mechanics of a Sunday night. Let's really end, with something small, something concrete, because we've spent a long time in the large and the abstract and the structural, and the show is ultimately not about the large and the abstract and the structural. It's about a Sunday night. Someone sits down on a couch. The television is on. The familiar music starts. The clouds part. The credits roll. And for 23 minutes, a yellow family from a town that doesn't exist navigates something. A workplace frustration. A family conflict. A community crisis. A small injustice that is also, if you look at it right, a large one. The show ends. The family is still together. Whatever happened, it resolved. The house is still there. The street is still there. The next Sunday will come and something new will happen and it will resolve and the house will still be there. This is the experience of watching The Simpsons. And this experience, repeated across 37 years and 800 episodes, has done something to the audience. Something that isn't captured by talking about predictions or mechanisms or writing rooms or historical patterns. It's given people a place to go. A town that doesn't exist. Inhabited by a family that can't age, on a street that can't be found, in a state that won't be named. A place where the things that are wrong with the world are visible and funny and don't win in the end. Where the family survives. Where the couch is always there. In 2026, people are still going to Springfield. Still sitting down for 23 minutes of a place where the mechanisms of harm are visible and funny and ultimately survivable. That's the prediction that has come true most completely, over all 37 years, without a single exception. The audience will keep coming back. The family will keep being there. The loop will keep holding. Because people need a place to go. And Springfield is there. It always has been. It always will be. Until it isn't. Until the show finally ends. Until the loop finally breaks and the kids finally age and the family finally says goodbye to the house on Evergreen Terrace for the last time. But that hasn't happened yet. And until it does, the prediction holds. Springfield is there. The family is on the couch. Come Sunday, we'll go back. We always do. That's the whole thing, really. After all the predictions and the mechanisms and the historical patterns and the writing room analysis, that's the whole thing. A place to go, a family to visit, a town that is both impossible and more real than most real places we know. The predictions come true because the truth persists. And the truth persists because the show persists. And the show persists because people need a place to go on Sunday nights when the world is complicated and they want 23 minutes of a place where the family finds each other at the end. That need hasn't changed in 37 years. It won't change. And as long as it doesn't, Springfield will be there, waiting. On the other side of that familiar music, good night. The Simpsons and the American Dream, a prediction about a promise. There is one prediction embedded in The Simpsons that doesn't get discussed in the context of the prediction phenomenon because it isn't about a specific event or a specific technology or a specific political outcome. It's about a concept, about the American dream itself, what it is, what it promises, and what it actually delivers. The Simpsons has been depicting the American dream for 37 years. Not describing it as it presents itself in aspirational terms, but depicting it as it actually operates in the lives of people in Homer's position. What the dream says it offers, what it actually delivers, and the gap between those two things. Homer Simpson is, in a very specific and very intentional way, the American dream's test case. He's a working-class man with a job, a house, a family, a community. He has what the dream says is the goal. The house, the stable income, the family around the dinner table, he has it. And the show spends 37 years examining what it's actually like to have it. The answer is complicated. Homer's life contains genuine love and genuine joy and genuine belonging. The family is real. The connection is real. The moments of happiness that the show depicts, when Homer laughs or when the family succeeds at something together or when a problem resolves in a way that leaves everyone better than they started, these are real within the show's universe, and they resonate as real for the audience. But Homer's life also contains genuine harm. The cognitive damage from the crayon and the radiation and the workplace exposure, the economic anxiety that is never far from the surface, the awareness that the stability could be lost, that the gap between having enough and not having enough is smaller than it should be. The institutional corruption that has shaped his life from before he was old enough to understand it. The system that has benefited from keeping him exactly where he is. The prediction embedded in this portrait is not a prediction about a specific event. It's a prediction about the trajectory of the American dream itself, about whether the gap between what it promises and what it delivers will become visible enough, wide enough, to produce a significant cultural and political response. In 2026, that gap is more widely acknowledged, more publicly discussed, and more politically consequential than at any previous point in the show's history. The specific forms that the acknowledgement is taking vary across the political spectrum, but the acknowledgement itself is widespread in a way that it wasn't when the show began. The show was depicting the gap for 37 years before the mainstream conversation about it developed to its current point. The prediction, embedded in the portrait of Homer Simpson's life, has been coming true gradually across the entire run of the show. In 2026, it's more true than it's ever been. What Bart tells us about the next generation. Bart Simpson is 10 years old. He has been 10 years old for 37 years. In those 37 years, he has been expelled, arrested, humiliated, celebrated, exploited, and loved. He has caused more harm to Springfield than any other character except Mr. Burns and the nuclear power plant. He has also, in specific moments that the show handles with unusual care, demonstrated a capacity for genuine empathy and genuine growth that the show uses to suggest what he might become if the circumstances of his life allowed for becoming. The circumstances don't allow for it. The loop holds. Bart stays 10. But the portrait of Bart as a character is a prediction about a type of person. A person who has been failed by the institutions that are supposed to support them, who has adapted to that failure through a combination of rebellion and performance, and the specific kind of intelligence that gets developed when formal intelligence isn't rewarded, who carries underneath the performance a genuine person who hasn't had the opportunity to fully develop. In 2026, the research on how institutional failure affects child development, on what happens to children who are failed by schools and communities and economic systems, on how people adapt to being failed by the systems that are supposed to support them, has developed significantly. The adaptive strategies that the research documents, of channeling intelligence into performance and rebellion, and social navigation when those same capacities aren't being developed through formal educational systems, are consistent with what Bart represents. The prediction embedded in Bart is about what happens to a generation of children who are failed by the institutions that were supposed to develop them. In 2026, that generation exists. The people who went through schools under resource pressure, who grew up in communities under economic stress, who adapted to institutional failure in the specific ways that people do, are now old enough for the consequences of those adaptations to be visible. Bart stays 10 in the loop. The real versions of what Bart represents grew up, and in 2026, we can see what they grew into. The prediction was accurate. The specific people are real. And the portrait the show drew of Bart's situation, of a child with genuine capability being failed by every system that should have developed it, has been confirmed by the reality of what happened to the generation whose experience Bart represents. What Lisa tells us about seeing clearly. Lisa Simpson is 8 years old. She is a genius. She plays saxophone. She cares, deeply and consistently and without much apparent hope of the caring being returned, about the world around her. She sees things clearly. The contamination, the corruption, the gap between what Springfield says it is and what it actually is. She names it. She attempts to address it. She fails. She tries again. She fails again. The loop holds and she stays 8. The prediction embedded in Lisa is about a type of person and what happens to them. The person who sees clearly, who names what they see, who attempts to address it through legitimate means, through argument and evidence and appeal to authority and institutions, and who discovers that the authority and institutions are not designed to respond to that kind of attempt. In 2026, the specific experience Lisa represents, of attempting to work through legitimate institutional channels to address visible and documented harm, and of discovering the specific limits of what those channels will do, is widely recognizable. The research on environmental advocacy, on educational advocacy, on the specific experience of people whose attempts to use legitimate channels to address legitimate problems are consistently insufficient to the scale of the problem, is extensive. Lisa stays 8. The real versions of what Lisa represents have grown up, and in 2026, they are navigating the specific disappointment that comes from discovering that the institutions you were told would respond to evidence and argument are not organized to respond in the ways you need them to. The prediction was accurate about the experience. The people having it are real. And the portrait the show drew of Lisa's situation, of a person who sees clearly being systematically underserved by the systems that should reward clear seeing, has been confirmed. The show that knew a closing meditation. We've been here for a long time, moving through Springfield's specific history of accurate observation, through the predictions that came true and the mechanisms that produced them, and the specific year of 2026, when more of them arrived at once than in any previous year. Here's the thing that brings it all together. Finally, after all of this, the show knew because it was paying attention, not because it had access to information that others didn't. Not because the writing room had a view of the future that was unavailable to anyone else. Not because of any mystical or conspiratorial quality in the production. Because people were paying attention, carefully, consistently, across a long time, to how the world actually works, to what the forces that shape ordinary lives actually do to those lives, to the gap between official narratives and actual experience, to the patterns that persist across different historical moments and different surface conditions. That's it. That's the whole secret. Sustained, careful, honest attention to how things actually work. And the willingness to say what you see in a form that people can hear, regardless of whether saying it makes anyone comfortable. In 2026, that quality, sustained honest attention and the willingness to say what you see is not abundant in the broader information environment. The incentives of the attention economy run in the opposite direction, toward the comfortable, the confirming, the emotionally activating, the partisan, away from the honest, the complicated, the uncomfortable, the true. The Simpsons has been doing the thing the information environment doesn't reward, and doing it consistently for 37 years. And the result is an archive that keeps producing new alignments with the world as the world develops. The predictions will keep coming, because the attention hasn't stopped, because Springfield keeps watching, because the show keeps making observations, because the observations are grounded in how things actually work, and how things actually work keeps producing new instances of old patterns. The archive grows, the loop holds, and somewhere in what plays on Sunday night, there's another observation being made. Another truth being told who has a boast of a joke. Another prediction waiting for the world to catch up. Springfield has been watching. It always has been. Good night. One last thing before you sleep. You've made it to the end. Or the end has found you while you were drifting. Either way, you're here, and Springfield is still here with you. And there's one last thing worth saying before the screen goes dark and the night takes over. Every prediction the show has made, every accurate observation that has aged into something recognizable, every joke that turned out to be documentation, came from a group of people who cared. Who cared enough about the world to look at it honestly? Who cared enough about the audience to tell the truth in a form the audience could receive? Who cared enough about the work to do it carefully, season after season, across 3.5 decades? That caring is what the predictions are made of. Not genius, not prophecy. Care and attention and honesty applied consistently across a very long time. That's available to anyone. That's not a special resource that runs out. That's the most renewable thing in the world, if you choose to cultivate it. The Simpsons chose to cultivate it for 37 years. The predictions are what happens when you do that. Springfield is dark now. Homer is on the couch. The beer is cold. The kids are asleep. Marge is watching him from the doorway with that expression she gets. The one that contains everything. The love and the worry and the patience and the private knowledge that somehow, despite everything, this is going to be okay. It's always okay. That's the loop. That's the promise. Sleep well. Springfield will be here in the morning. It always is.